What'd you do?
Fucking copyright strikes.
I don't think we would have gotten copyright striked for that, dude.
Let me joke.
Never.
Oh, this is homophobic.
Illegal.
I have way too many tabs open.
There's never too many tabs.
I have like 8 tabs open at all times. Don't even.
Oh my god, my phone's.
Y'all are funny. I have 5 windows, each has a minimum of like 10 tabs.
Oh, I was about to say, that's not even including how I do my phone. So, you know.
Oh,
we're not even talking about my phone or my iPad.
How many months has yours had the smiley face?
The what?
I'm concerned.
Once you open up over 100 tabs, it'll give you a smiley face, and mine's been like that for months.
That's horrifying.
I just got this phone.
Ooh, a smiley
Wait.
Don't let go of the smiley face. Keep it forever.
I know. Listen,
I mean,
it's got a lot of messages open.
I don't know. I think a smiley face means you might need to close some tabs, my dude.
No.
Yes. Anyway.
It means you need to open more tabs.
Hello, guys, gals, non-binary pals. Hopefully you guys can actually hear me this time, because I remembered to unmute myself for once. As you all know, my name's Noah. I'm going to be your storyteller tonight, and these lovely individuals over here are your evening entertainment. Before we get started, we do have a really important announcement that we need to make, because it is Aisling Cat's birthday today, so if you all could just give her a wonderful happy birthday, we'd really appreciate it, because we adore her. Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Burf!
Burf!
Happy womb evacuation day.
Also, as per usual, before we get started, want to make sure you remember we're a dark fantasy, dystopian horror genre campaign. Keep that in mind if you're going to be going along with us. List of potential trigger warnings are going to be found on our Twitch's About page, as well as in the description whenever we end our live today. If you're watching this afterwards, check that just to make sure that nothing is going to be unsafe for you, because we want you to be okay when you're watching with us. And without further ado, we're going to play some D&D. I already have questions because I pre-rolled, because it's a lot more fun if I pre-roll.
Is it though?
It really is. It really is.
I'm afraid.
We're going to start with Aisling. Where in the realm would you like to visit if gold wasn't a worry?
Oh, that's a fun one. I mean, gold's rarely a worry for me, so.
So I have no idea.
I mean, I've been to a lot of places already, so.
It's valid. Alright. Arwan.
Can't say we're really thought about that. Never made it over to Doxley, but it'd be nice to visit.
Falkor.
Repeat the question.
Where in the realm would you like to visit if gold wasn't a worry?
I don't think I really have a place.
Okay. EL.
I'm not entirely sure. I've not been out of the mountains for long, so I don't really know much. Maybe the beach? I don't think I've ever been to a beach.
Haven.
Well, I haven't exactly seen much of the world. I suppose Ivarus? considering that's where I was supposed to be going before I got on the wrong boat.
Okay. Haven, are you more of a leader or a follower?
Wait, did you say Haven?
Yes, I did.
Is there an in-between option?
Okay. Eo, are you more of a leader or a follower?
I'm a do whatever the fuck I want.
Oh,
much
okay.
to the chagrin. So
Falkor.
I'm also kind of an in-between, but if I had to choose one, it'd probably be leader.
Arwan.
I don't really work much as a team with many people, but I've been a leader and I've been a follower. I prefer just to work alongside people, not necessarily follow or lead.
Aisling.
I believe by technicality, I would be a follower.
Okay. So, after the long discussion, so that my players know, today is Wine Day, SU 11th, 1296. It's around 3 a.m. And last we left off, our heroes had set out to hunt down two individuals that stole a weapon from Emberfell's local blacksmith. He'd stated that he had been roughed up after being commissioned and unpaid for the item before it and several family tools were taken. Party headed out of town, following footprints into the Faelight Forest, and they remained here for most of the day. They stumbled upon a most peculiar river, which several members stated that they could see faces of the dead within. After Falkor made a bit of a ruckus in search of his snake, they were attacked by a grotesque creature, one of which none of you had ever seen before. The battle waged on, with several of you getting terribly injured, and towards its climax, a mysterious figure appearing from across the river. He aided you, did not give a name, and had a bit of a bristling encounter with Aisling over her small cat companion. Then, they stepped away to speak, and left the rest of you to linger in the dark underbrush of this magical forest. So, you all would witness this figure and Aisling vanish as your herringon companion wanders off out of sight to speak with this human male. What are y'all doing? Except for you, Haven, you're not here yet.
Okay, there we go. How does everybody look health-wise?
I'm not on like that store, but I don't look phenomenal.
Gail's got some like blood on her face. They're wiping off. They're like,
Would you like a little extra healing is what I'm asking.
you know, I won't object. I'd much appreciate that.
I wouldn't object either.
Alright, gonna do cure wounds on both of you at first level, so that's 10. Percy, Evans or evens?
Oh no.
Who
Oh,
am I healing first is what I'm doing.
2 evens. I don't know if it's the number.
Well, guess what? I rolled a 2.
Oh,
Look at you go.
Look at you go.
I manifested that.
That's kind of hilarious. You take 10 points of healing.
Yay!
You'll get 9 points of healing.
9.
Nice.
Little nod to you. Thank you.
We're just gonna give you like a fist bump.
He will definitely fist bump back. And I'll use last one on myself.
I will say, when you go to get the fist bump, Falkor, Yale's gonna look at you and be like, what are you doing?
Bumping fists.
Is that a new term for fighting?
No, it's more like a
Like a-
handshake.
It's like a high five. You know what a high five is, right?
A high five, I do know, I think.
You think?
And they're gonna mime doing a high five.
Just like slowly puts their two hands together.
Yeah, just like, I think this is right.
Yeah, good job. That
Kind of gives you a look of. Okay.
it's it's just a high five, but with your fist.
Oh, they're gonna hold out their fist towards you.
He'll fist bump you.
I learn new things every day. Thank you.
How much social interaction do you get?
I got more than some people.
You did?
Are you sure?
Listen, I didn't leave the mountain. I didn't leave the mountains until terribly long ago. It's not my fault that I don't know things. Sorry.
Do mountain people not fist bump?
My people did not. We did not high five either. It was mostly meditation, lots of praying. So on.
Man, you must have been shocked when you learned about high fives.
I think I was a little more shocked when I learned about alcohol and drugs and brothels.
Oh. I'm glad you got
sheltered
to
for
explore.
Me too. My fellows would disagree about my explorations, but it's fine. It's fine.
How far did you explore? Did you try the drug?
I'm sorry, did I try the what?
the drugs.
Let me roll for that.
Sure, roll a d4 and tell me if you get odds or evens.
That's not even a fucking D4.
Okay, I found it. I have to find which one it is. I have to see what fucking song it is. God damn it.
I rolled a 1.
Hell. Okay, I know which one it is. So now I can take you off.
1, by the way.
A 1. You did not try the drugs.
No, not the drugs. Now the alcohol. That I had a little bit of.
What kind did you try?
It was fruity.
Oh.
That doesn't know so much.
I mean, I suppose it didn't, but I quite enjoyed the taste.
You ever try anything that burns?
Like swallowing fire.
I mean, there's fire whiskey.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Depends on how much of a baby you are, but...
I don't recall, but I would like to.
You would like...
Don't
Okay.
worry, I'll...
Yeah. We'll make sure you try it.
Sure. Perhaps someday.
Oh my goodness. Alright, so as you guys kind of like settle into that conversation, it's maybe about 15-20 minutes before you do notice Aisling and the figure come back. Aisling, so you kind of wander back, and I know you took Kiara and stuffed her back where she was safe. What are you guys doing?
Instead checking her.
Oh, I didn't. Did I stuff Kiara back in the bag? I don't think I did.
I can't remember if you stuffed her in the bag or if you just kind of like took her, because I know you took her back.
She just went with me.
Okay.
You're insight checking me? What are you insight checking? I haven't even said anything yet. What did I do?
Well,
And
what
are
does her
you-
face give away is more. It's like,
Are you just insight checking her as well, so I know if I need to roll for an NPC?
just her. Well, I mean, is he visible?
Yeah, he's
Still-
right there, following behind.
Okay.
You're following me.
Alright. Yeah, I insight check both of them.
Okay, and make your first roll on Aisling, second on this figure. While I find my blood dice.
I just put the blood dice in my cup. 19 on Aisling. And I failed on him.
What did you get?
26
I'm-
for Aisling.
I rolled a 9 for him.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, you did, because he actually rolled high for once. It's a 17 for him. So what are you trying to gain that you're not seeing?
It was more just like... that he didn't try to hurt her or anything. Or just... Are both of them okay-ish? I don't know.
Okay, would
More
you say that you are actively look like you're concerned or like you're like worried about them?
Not necessarily worried. Well, slight concern. It's just...
Okay.
I don't know
Listen.
either of you, but she's with us, and I don't know who the fuck you are, and you were angry.
Are you attempting to hide it at all?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So they come walking around, and I will say that the male looks at you and glares. You have a fucking problem.
No, nothing's wrong. I won't overload now.
No, I don't know. He just kind of watches you a second and goes quiet and shifts out and takes a cigarette and shoves it into his mouth.
Ellie will shoot him a look,
Aisling?
and then yes, Aisling. Jesus. I know what character I'm playing tonight, guys. I promise. I'm tired. Oh,
We only have, what, 20 million campaigns?
This is true.
I don't want to think about it. Aisling is
really
going to
good.
shoot one too many characters. Anyways, Aisling is going to shoot a look at Leo, and then look over towards Arwan. What exactly do you want? I mean, we're fine.
Wait, he's asking. She's asking me?
Yeah.
Don't want anything. I'm just making sure you're alright.
I mean, I think I can take care of myself, but thanks, I guess.
Didn't say you couldn't.
Well, that was weird.
You don't hold your tongue very often, do you?
No, I actually hate doing that.
I've noticed.
Might be smart to learn how to do that.
Speaking of
Might as well be honest with people.
What'd you say, Scott?
speaking of holding tongues, Aisling, who's your friend?
Excuse me?
which you're excused.
I don't have a friend here.
They're gonna point to the man that is standing behind you. You
Points
say
at the cat.
you don't have a friend, but you went off and talked with him for 20 minutes.
That doesn't mean I'm his friend.
Seems dumb.
She'll look at Arwan. And yes, okay, fine. Kiara's my friend. Does it make it better?
Alright,
He's
you
just
got
smirking at that.
acquaintance.
Sure, we can use acquaintance for her, and she's gonna like point over her shoulder at Leo. That one. But either way, I think we should probably get invested in getting a little further away and getting some sleep.
Can we get his name first?
I have a question. How'd you guys go from not knowing each other to acquaintances in 20 minutes?
Typically,
I-
a conversation can do that, Falkor.
What'd you say?
Typically, a conversation will do that, Falkor.
Really? You guys are too friendly.
Acquaintance, someone we just met, whatever you prefer, I don't care. How about we get moving before more of those creatures start coming after us?
I
Okay.
agree. Start walking away from the river of death.
All right. I will say, like I said, it's early morning. So, do you guys want to continue on out of the forest, or do you want to pause and try and get a rest? That's on you. That's up to you.
My plan was to get further away from the river of death and such.
Okay.
To take a long rest.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you all, if you could please put yourself in on the map how you guys are walking. I need walking order.
He'll just stay like 20 feet behind.
Listen, they're just a simple little guy.
Just a simple little guy.
Uh-huh.
Just a simple little human.
Can
I make
We're
a
on
perception
cobalt
check as
and
we
three
continue walking, please?
transcripts.
Sure, you can.
And
I don't trust you.
I will use the passive perception that I have.
Okay, it's a 21, correct?
For
24?
24, yeah.
That's not what it says on your sheet.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
I'm looking
I had a
at
27.
Okay. Not on the sheet I looked at. 27? Okay.
it. No, 24. Oh, sorry. You're cat.
I
never
have
mind.
27.
Alright, so... Alright, so yeah, you all continue farther in. You notice that there seems to be a bit more chatter from the surrounding fauna. As if maybe many of the creatures in this space are more nocturnal, especially out into the earlier hours of the morning. You pretty much would notice that the individual that approached you all, that Aisling is suddenly very acquainted with, kind of leans back and would hear, at least those of you that rolled above or have a passive above a 22, just a very sharp, crackling click as a word is muttered, and the spear from previous that you saw appears. Just kind of is tossed over his shoulder as he walks. He does seem to be giving the lot of you a very intense look down as he follows, though. However, in your general vicinity, though, other than just occasional creatures you would expect in the forest, you don't sense anything hostile. So.
Okay, once we're at a decent distance away from everything, Aisling's gonna kind of look up, and start looking for somewhere where the group can rest for the Morning.
Okay. So I'm going to switch maps just for reasoning of you guys being in a different area. Ignore anything that's on here because I did not clear anything off. Alright. And I'll say you guys would be coming from this direction, so you'd be coming this way. So you all walk for maybe an hour or so, I would say. And eventually you do find a clearing that you would have passed. Not necessarily walked through, but probably have spotted at least maybe about half a mile off whenever you were going through the forest initially. It would have been a slight break in the trees, and you managed to find it pretty easily. Does seem to be several pools of water around this space. The water itself, though, does have a very strange viscosity to it. It does seem to reflect light in a very unusual way. So, do y'all like to settle into the clearing or do anything?
Aisling will look at the group. I suggest we all get some rest, so that we're better prepared to deal with what is ahead of us. Lest there's any objection to getting some sleep.
No, makes perfect sense.
I have no objections to that.
We will want to set a watch, though. I don't trust this forest. And, quite frankly, I don't really trust any of you, either.
Trying to one at a time or two.
You guys hear kind of a clear of the throat. How about you all fucking go to sleep and I watch your asses. Deal.
Why?
Kind of glances over.
I didn't agree to that.
Oh, too bad I didn't ask.
Since when are you joining us? I thought you had nothing to do with this.
Hey, Arwan, make a charisma saving throw for me.
That's probably a fail. He has a 10.
Yeah, you see like this individual, his eyes kind of, they're odd now that you're up close. They're like a caramel brown, but there is very definitively a ring of almost yellow white around them that almost frays off into like this deep red. And they just stare you down, and you get the sense of immediately this just very direct, hostile personality pressing against your chest, as if he's imposing his will upon you. Not necessarily magically, but just more of his presence. Do you want to argue with me about it? You just
Kind of
stare.
just pauses. Wouldn't say argue, but still.
And so he takes the cigarette out of his mouth and kind of like flicks the blood, and immediately takes another. It's maybe his third or fourth at this point as you've been walking.
Those can kill you.
Didn't fucking ask.
They're not wrong, though.
Looks over and just glares. Still didn't fucking ask.
Cool. I didn't ask about you taking all of the watches. I'm taking at least one. Somebody else can take another.
That's fine. Then if you guys want to not sleep and just entertain me for 8 hours, that's fine. But regardless, I'm going to be awake.
Or you could get some sleep. Like a normal person.
So he kind of like takes the spear and he shoves it into the ground. He just kind of leans up against a shrub.
Fucking idiot. Are we all taking watches or are we just going to sleep?
I don't mind taking a watch.
I don't mind either.
Oh. Well, if you two want to take one, then I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay.
Alright.
I'm gonna look at the man.
The man.
The man.
The myth,
man.
the legend that he is.
The
I
myth.
keep having to write the man because technically we
The
don't know his
man.
name.
No, you don't. Not in this timeline.
No.
Some of you don't, at least.
So if I'm fine with you taking a watch, could I at least have a name since he's gonna jerk a thumb at Aisling since she won't give us one.
I thought she did.
No.
No, not his name. Her name.
So he just kind of like stares. Why do you need my name?
Mostly because I like to know the people around me, even if it's just a name and a face. I find that makes me feel more comfortable.
So he kind of shifts the cigarette into the other side of his mouth and crosses his arms. You have my face. That's all you really fucking need. You don't need my name. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead.
That is certainly true, but he's gonna walk away.
I was gonna say you can make a persuasion check if you would like.
No, he got persuaded in a different way. Yeah, he's just gonna go over here.
Okay. Alright, so who's taking a watch? Wanting to take watches.
Arwan.
I will too. We're doing 2 at a time. Are we doing 1 at a time or 2 at a time?
Well, it sounds
Oh.
like 2 at a time, but the second half is gonna be the mysterious man.
I was about to say, you two offered, so Aisling's going to bed.
You can go to bed.
Okay. Alright, who's taking the first watch?
Arwen, you want to do the honors?
Mine smile. You got more pay up than I did.
Okay, then Falkor's gonna go over right about here. No, that's water. Right about
That is
here.
water. Right
And he's-
beside
Do you
the
want to
command.
splash in the water, Falkor?
No more water for me. He's gonna lean against the bush. Yeah, lean against the bush, and he's gonna wrap his snake around his neck, and then try and sleep.
Alright. Arwen, roll me a d4.
Three.
3. Alright. As you kind of like settle in and the rest of you settle in to go to sleep, is there any conversation you try to strike up on your watch? Is there anything you would like to do on your watch?
So why is someone interested in our party?
He glances over. Not necessarily that I'm interested, it's just I'm both the same way.
And you're willing to look over us? Some random people you run into in the forest. Ain't you 10 seamstress?
I mean, considering I'm probably a hell of a lot older than all of you, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
He rolls his eyes. Just don't be a pain in my ass.
Planning on it.
Make a perception check for me.
That is a 17.
away for later. So you do see him shift, and he seems to kind of like reach a hand into his pocket as if he's trying to find something, and then eventually does take out it looks to be like a whittling knife with a partially carved block of wood. And just kind of starts working away at it, every so often glancing around. As you guys go farther into the watch, you hear the shifting of the forest, you hear creatures calling far off, never quite getting too close. You would notice that the tree canopy here, it started off as if it was maybe a very dense coverage where there wasn't much light, and as the night goes on, it seems to thin a bit so that you get direct moonlight. And you would notice that as it touches the larger pool to your right, there's like a very thin mist that seems to rise maybe an inch off of the water. It reflects the light and almost sparkles.
Oh god.
What?
I hate the sound of dice rolling.
Shh. Don't worry about it. Say, do you stay where you are? Do you attempt to investigate the water? You just kind of watch it from the distance?
He's gonna look at it from the distance. He's not getting any closer to it.
I mean, that's smart. Maybe in some far-off universe, if Quasar had listened, that would have been great too. Love you, Percy.
He didn't know.
I know he didn't know. Alright, so roll me. I'm gonna call this an investigation check.
Alright.
Just because you're like intently trying to watch it, but you're not touching it, but I'm still gonna call it that.
This mist is staying over top of the water, right?
You don't know anything about it, you sleeping.
16?
16? Okay. You watch it, you kind of feel as if the time goes on, it's like 5 and 10. The mist does seem to stay over the water, but you do notice that it kind of thickens. Not in like a way where you can't see through it, but in a way as if it's like rising above the water higher and just taking up more space. So whereas it was an inch or so above the water, it's now an inch and a half, then 2. And it's very faint, but you swear that you see the remnants of like figures moving every so often in it, as if something's being projected into it.
Still not getting closer. He's just gotten to any of the figures like seem prominent or familiar in any way.
Roll me a history check.
18?
Roll me a d6.
6.
At first, you don't really notice any prominent figures. They're very fleeting. It's as if there's a face here or a movement of a body there, and they're kind of hard to pick out. But then, after maybe about 5 minutes of staring, you do notice a face that you know. Not because you grew up alongside them or anything, but you just know them from a painting that hangs in a hall. And it's a woman with really, really beautiful hair. It's like a gray color that's pulled up tightly. She looks to be human, older, and wears this massive mantle of black feathers. And she seems to be swathed in this very intense violet light. And there's a moment where she's there, and then the image flashes, and then she's gone. And you swear that you hear just in the very depths of your ears a low scream. Make another history check for me.
Is it a scream?
Mm-hmm.
He's a little stiff right now. Is it history?
Mm-hmm.
That was a 12.
It's not a high DC because this is a voice that you've heard before. You would recognize it immediately as a fellow cleric. She runs the city of Belmare. It's not the image that you saw, but the scream is very definitively hers. And then it's gone.
Yeah, do I have a name?
Okay, what are you doing anything, or?
I was looking. Fuck, I don't have a spell slot for that. He looks a little stiff.
Like, are you trying to hide it in any way? Or?
No.
Okay. I'll say eventually you hear kind of just like the very low of wood shavings falling off, and then they stop. And you hear a clear of a throat. What, did you see a ghost?
The woman that I saw
Mhm.
say, but did not match the voice I heard though, right?
No, the woman that you saw would have been very, very definitively no one that you've ever met before, but you've seen her painting. It's a very large painting that hangs in a guild hall, you could say, in Schnee. You would know her name is Siri.
That's what I thought it was.
Mm-hmm. And the voice you heard was Lady Uina Theron.
Yep, that's what I thought. Well, I could say that, but I heard something that should not be a ghost.
Kind of stares at you a second. And see his eyes kind of wander back over to the water as if maybe he's been watching it.
He's got his eyes locked on that fog cloud.
There's a second or so, the figure just kind of clears his throat. I take it you haven't been in this forest before.
No.
He kind of looks around. It's lovely, but tricky little shit. I'm just gonna look back to the water. Nod towards it. Memories. Glances back towards you. Usually it's your memories, but sometimes you see memories of people that you're connected to.
He kind of loosens up a little bit. Lovely memories, apparently.
If it's from the war, probably not.
He's a little tense at that too, but he'll take his eyes off the fog cloud now.
Okay, well, there's a couple seconds before you hear the of wood being sliced, then again. So their figure goes quiet. Do you remember where you are? Do you keep any tabs on the water?
We're keeping, like, general tabs.
Alright, so
Occasionally
let's see.
glancing at that cloud again, but not as focused on it.
Okay. As your watch continues on, you do notice a couple more just like flashes of things. Nothing necessarily that you recognize, but cycles through. And your watch kind of comes to an end. Not any more immediate interference. You gonna wake Falkor up?
Yep. He'll kind of like nudge him with his foot.
Okay.
Your turn.
I'm awake.
Kind of chuckles. And don't go jumping in that water either.
I don't think that wasn't in my plans.
Or throwing anything in it like you were planning.
I wasn't aware. I think I learned from watching you guys try and play peekaboo.
Didn't play peekaboo.
Trying to play peekaboo with the water.
Kind of didn't.
He's gonna go to where you were and then sit down on the ground.
He's gonna take a bush over here.
Alright, Falkor, roll me a d4.
D4. 1!
Okay. Alright, and roll me a perception check.
16.
Alright. You just kind of settle in for your watch, you know. You were told not to mess with the water, not to throw anything into the water. You would notice there is like a very thin mist above the water. It just seems to be almost as if like fog coming off of the liquid. Nothing unusual. And you can hear the low like scraping of a knife against wood. Is there anything you'd like to do? Any conversations you'd like to try and have?
Falkor is just going to keep a very close eye on the man.
The man?
The man.
Are you trying to do it stealthily in any way?
It's not necessarily stealthily, but it's not like he's directing a bunch of attention onto it either.
So yeah, stealthily. So roll a stealth check.
Damn. Oh, I have a good stealth. Never mind. I was scared for a second. 26.
Alright, so you continue to watch him. You would notice, I mean, he seems to be very intently watching what he's doing. Every so often you see this cigarette shrink and then the butt get tossed. And maybe 5-10 minutes go by before he would shift and get a new one and put it in.
How many does he have?
Who knows?
Can I tell?
Make a perception check.
It's a bag of holding for cigarettes.
He does have a bag of holding, so
17.
I mean, you see him reach into a bag that's kind of on his back every so often, and his arm seems to go in like way too far than it should. So you could probably surmise it is a bag of holding.
Endless cigarettes. What does it look like he's doing?
Make another perception check. Well, make an investigation check is what I'll say. Call it.
Investigation.
Yeah.
Oh. 7.
7. From what you can tell, it's maybe about 10 inches, maybe 7 inches, a little bit shorter. From the angle that you're looking, it looks to be maybe humanoid in shape to some degree, but you can't really tell past that what it is.
The wooden voodoo doll.
Sure. I'll say, as you kind of like peer over, he does clear his throat. Doesn't seem to stop what he's doing, but can I help you?
No.
You just look really invested in what I'm doing.
I mean, it's interesting, so I'm watching. Do you want me to stop?
Just kind of shrugs. I don't really care.
Okay. He's gonna sit there and he's gonna like pop his knuckles as he looks around.
So, kind of look around. I would say you would notice that the mist starts to fade as your watch goes on, and it's odd. It's almost like this undertone of gray, where it once was like shining and pretty easily to see through, but it just kind of darkens eventually as it starts to disperse.
Does there seem anything like fishy about it?
Roll a, you know what? Insight check the fog.
Inside checking the fog. I'm gonna vibe check it.
Vibe check the fog.
Ooh, 20.
I mean, you've never really seen anything like that before, so you don't really know if it would be odd or not for this particular scenario. It doesn't seem hostile, at least. But I mean, it's a Fae Forest, so it's probably a little weird. Probably shouldn't be doing that, but you don't have any previous experience to compare it to.
Awesome. The fog's not gonna attack me.
As you continue on, your watch goes without any event besides that.
I will say at some point during the watch, he's going to should I roll for a new name for the snake already?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. D12. Oh, a piece of clothing. Okay.
Buttons the snake.
No, it has to be pants.
Pants? Okay, pants. That's the thing today.
I was gonna say socks.
Oh my god.
I think you could do socks, because he is a noodle boy. He can wear socks.
A little sock and a sock sweater.
You should be lucky I didn't name him underwear.
Oh, that's true. No. His name is Thong.
Thong?
Okay,
Okay, that's it. Genuinely, that's gonna be his name today.
His name is Thong, but
You love it, Kat. You love it.
I absolutely hate it here.
His
Aw,
name
come
is
on.
Happy birthday!
okay. He's going to uncurl Thong.
I hate it here.
And
Exactly.
just let Thong explore a little bit.
okay. I'll say you would notice like the area where you are is much brighter. You can probably surmise, at least from the light coming into where you are, it's late morning at this point. You hear a clear of a throat, and the figure kind of sits up and puts away the wooden thing that he was working on, puts away the whittling knife, and walks over to Aisling and kind of leans down and nudges her shoulder.
She'll wake up pretty quick at that. What?
This morning. So
She'll
he
get herself
walks
up.
over. Yeah, he walks over and then he just gets about right here. Clears his throat really loud. Get the fuck up.
Damn.
Hey, no, odds or evens?
Evens.
What's your armor class?
I mean, you tell me what it is, and I'll tell you if it hits.
23.
Misses.
Okay, a dagger comes flying at you.
I'll say. Falkor, make a dexterity save for me.
Oh my god.
Because it just dodged out of the way. And
A dexterity save.
yeah.
25.
Okay, you managed to see just. It's weird because you see the figure in front of you shift like instantly to the right, and you're like, oh shit, and do it too. And.
Oh my god.
Good morning to you, Taya.
Eels.
Hey, Sky, make a. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna throw it.
Okay.
I know a 13 doesn't hit. So you just see, in response, a spear come flying directly past you and slam into the ground.
Eel doesn't even notice they are on the ground gasping.
I have a passive insight of 25. How you feeling, buddy?
They're shook as hell.
Okay. Second, the figure kind of walks over and yanks the spear and flips it around and takes the butt of it and smacks you on the side softly. But don't throw shit at me.
Sorry. It's reflex. I don't do this a lot. Don't do people a lot. Sorry.
Sky, roll me a d4 and tell me odds or ends.
Okay. Also, just to verify, we did get a long rest, right?
Yes, you guys would have gotten a long rest.
Okay. Odds.
You see a hand reach out to help you out.
Eo gives it a look and then slowly takes your hand. Thank you.
Pulls you up. And shrugs. Pulls his hand back and kind of. It's weird because when the hand comes back, it flexes almost as if it's trying to get the sensation, not necessarily of touching you, of something out of it. And he wanders back over here.
I'm sorry. He flexes his hand like he's trying to get rid of a sensation.
Yeah, as if maybe. Insight check if you'd like.
Yes, I absolutely fucking would. Bet your fucking ass. Okay. Thank God I did. That's cocked. 14?
You get the sensation that he is actively trying to preoccupy himself so that he does not get pissed off.
Shit.
So, you guys get up, scurry about, do the thing.
Yeah, Arwan's chugging some of the coffee that was remaining in the flask. It's like, yeah, not as good. Not as good as I have to.
Alright. So there is a couple moments before the man kind of looks over all of you and watches. And then he kind of looks as if maybe he was going to say something else and caught himself and points in the direction. This way. I'm going that way, so I suggest you follow.
As long as you're planning to lead us in the right direction, sure.
He stares at you. Last I checked, that was the one that followed false tracks.
Last time I checked, I wasn't the one who snuck up on a group of people without giving any information on who they were.
He stares at you. And last I checked, you got all the information you fucking needed in our little chat.
Fair enough.
He starts walking.
Falkor is gonna sigh and just follow, but he doesn't look very happy about it.
Arwan's just like in that back and forth between Leo's just like doing that back and forth, just like, okay, I'm staying out of this.
I was tempted to make like a round noise, but I didn't.
I will
You
say...
did that, you would have gotten a smack to the head.
I know. It would
will
have been
say-
too out of character.
Two, if any of you have a passive insight that is above a 8, because this man is shit at deception, you would have picked up on what Eel did about him trying to not get pissed off. And it's lingering. It's a very active, lingering thing.
I'll make note to give him some space.
Maybe you can roll today. Alright, so yeah, y'all head off into the gist of the forest, and I'm gonna say Eel, roll
May I-
me a d6.
May I make a perception check
You sure
as
can.
we're walking? Thank you.
What if Eel doesn't want to roll a d6? What if Eel wants to go sit in a corner and cry?
Then Sky, roll me a d6.
26.
26, bet.
2.
2, okay. Alright, so you all continue through. Doesn't seem to be anything, at least, hostile around you as you continue on. You do kind of get the sense of, like, creatures every so often out of your peripheral, Aisling. I will say, you do see what looks to be, like, the it's not so much the remnants, I'm trying to think of, like, the outline, that word, of a Mistwalker once. And it doesn't approach you, but seems to kind of, like, eye the group. And then there's a soft pop before it disappears.
Aisling is stiff. She don't like those things.
Yeah.
And she'll look towards the person leading the group and say, I assume you're keeping your eyes out for the little stupid creatures that are popping in and out around here.
So you just see a nod, and you notice his head is turned in the same direction where you saw it. Yep.
Perfect. Aisling is gonna go ahead and pull out 2 of her daggers and just kind of keep them at the ready.
Okay.
In case anything pops out at us.
As you all are walking, is there any conversations that you like to have? Anything you like to do?
So are you headed to Fossy as well?
I'm headed to Fossy, and I'm going to make a pit stop and talk to somebody, because I have family there. And then I'm going home.
Hold on. In Primordial.
Okay.
Does he not speak Primordial?
I know, you already said it, I guess we'll find out.
Aisling is just going to very quietly say, or you could just go home.
Do I catch that?
If you can speak
Do
primordial,
you speak Primordial?
Yeah.
then yeah, you hear that. I will say, you see the figure kind of like look back with a very confused look. I was like, what the fuck?
Falkor snorts.
Eel is staring at Aisling.
You got
she
confused
speaks
with
a lot of
Arwan, too. I'm
languages.
like, I don't know what you're.
Yeah, I will say, like, without a roll, the man does no fucking idea what you just said. Keeps watching.
Honestly, it's actually more entertaining that he doesn't
Yeah.
understand what she's saying.
Does not speak primordial.
Falkor's gonna reply in primordial. It's about. Do you not like him?
It's not that I don't like him. I just don't see why he needs to accompany us.
Yeah,
But
I
at
don't see
least-
why either.
And mind you, this is still in primordial.
Yeah.
But at least we don't have to worry about watches because I do trust him to at least keep us alive.
The man we met just last night. You trust?
You can't.
To
If
not
you don't
kill
speak
us?
primordial, you can't hear that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, this is primordial.
As
so.
someone who does speak primordial, so in primordial as well. So you trust him enough to let him watch, but we can't get a fucking name.
He'll give you his name if he wants to. That's not my business.
Really, because it sounds like you're awfully fucking familiar with him.
I never said I was familiar. He knows my boss.
Who's your boss?
That's none of your business.
Falkor's gonna look between the two of you and he's gonna go, I feel like you're more familiar with him.
He knows my boss.
So,
Did
you know? Okay. He's scratching his head for a minute. When we first met him, you acted like you had no idea who he was. And now, he knows your boss?
I spoke to him privately.
And
He
we're
was
just
going to leave. And then you spoke and all of a sudden now he's staying?
supposed to let him watch us while
I
we
don't-
sleep. With no information.
I don't care what your opinion is on him, quite frankly.
I have
just
no
want
opinion
to
on him. I'm just confused now. In fact, I'm
That
very
sounds like
confused.
your problem.
I will say,
Oh.
eventually, you all hear just a deep sigh, and the figure pinches the brow of his nose. And in Infernal, do any of you speak Infernal?
yes.
Hold on.
Let me check. I don't think so. No.
No.
Okay.
I was gonna say
Right.
before
Oh,
that,
oh,
Arwan's like, do you know what the fuck they're saying?
So
I do speak Infernal.
okay, so those of you who speak Infernal here, I swear to fucking God, why am I always with idiots?
Arwan's gonna chuckle at that.
Yeah, this is Infernal.
Aisling is gonna look up in his direction, not knowing what he said, but hearing a language that she's heard before and doesn't speak. And in Undercommon.
Who speaks Undercommon?
Speak Undercommon.
Not me.
Okay.
Oh my god. Y'all are killing me.
Okay.
No.
So whoever speaks Undercommon will hear this. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. What was that? Why are you two laughing?
You hear back in Elvish. I'm sorry. I didn't know that I was allowed to have a whole conversation with myself without you understanding like you are.
Oh, I'm not saying that you can't. But that one was laughing. So if you're making fun of us, why don't you just do it in common? She's still speaking Undercommon.
He shifts to common. I was definitely not making fun of you, but I certainly can. I have plenty of stories. to
Insight
tell,
check. Insight check.
so- Okay.
He said he has
Did he just
plenty
say he
of
has plenty of stories?
Yeah, he said I have plenty of stories in which to do so.
Oh,
In
Did he
common,
put
out
that in
loud.
common?
Yeah, he did.
Falkor is
Okay.
like glaring at Aisling a little bit.
Is it doing that side eye?
21 for my insight, thanks. Was he making fun of us?
I mean, he wasn't making fun of you. He was just groaning.
You know what I mean, don't even.
He wasn't making fun of you. He was just calling you
Call us
idiots.
idiots! Yes, he
not ma-
was!
that's not making fun of you. That's him.
I count that
having
as
a-
making fun of us.
That's not making fun of you. That's him complaining.
Oh, poor Leo. Now he knows how mom feels. That's why she gave him the kids to her. Have fun tomorrow. To those that have that campaign.
I have to do notes
Yeah,
for that campaign
thanks.
after session tonight. Alright, but yeah, he says that. Now, I will say, whenever he says the thing about the stories, he looks dead at you and smirks, and then keeps walking. I will say this is the first time you all have seen this man smile in any fashion.
Falkor is immediately gonna go to Ace and go, stories, huh? He knows your boss?
Yes, he knows my boss. Who kind of helped raise me. Apparently they're not very good at keeping their mouths shut.
Okay. Insight check.
Okay, insight check. You guys know the drill.
Oh, fuck you! That was so one. So
Does it
four.
what?
It was so fun.
A 1 plus.
Oh. One, so it's 4.
I mean... I got a 19.
Okay, what were you trying to insight anyway?
It's more of like if there was something she wasn't telling it.
I mean, you can't tell with the 1, my guy.
I know. So of course, she's gonna automatically believe her now.
I will say there's maybe about 30 more minutes into you all continuing on. You see the figure in fleeting you pause for a second and stop and then take like a deep sigh before those of you that speak Infernal would hear, I have to go home in the Faelight Forest heading for Fossy. I'll drop off and you keep an eye on her. Hane's around. It's maybe a minute before he starts walking forward again.
What was that last bit?
Was I have to go home in the Faelight Forest heading for Fossy. We'll drop off. Keep an eye. Hane is around.
That last word.
Ain, so the name A-Y-N is around.
A-Y-N. Okay. So I have to go home in the Faelight Forest heading. I don't think you're heading to Forest. You're heading to Fossy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Keep an eye out on Ain?
No, keep an eye out. Ain is around.
Okay. Thank you. During the middle of that, Storm started meowing like
Oh, you're good.
he had a gift. He was bringing me more trash.
Gotcha. I mean, that's valid. He's a good boy.
He's a very good boy.
Alright, eventually, though, you all do make it to the edge of the forest and find yourselves, obviously... Oh yay, it is the right map. I made sure I uploaded the right map, but... So you all would be coming out of this direction, be heading this way.
Which direction?
So you would be heading this way. And you see
That's
kind of
I
a
not
break.
zoomed in
Not
way
very
too much.
You're good. Yeah, you see a break in the forest, and you see that the path seems to be leading you back out. There we go.
As soon as Aisling notices that we're leaving the Faelight Forest, she's gonna look at Leo.
Okay.
Why didn't we just take the route through the forest? Why come all the way back out? It's faster.
He glances over. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were in a fucking hurry.
What?
So sorry, I didn't know you were in a fucking hurry.
I mean, the faster we get there to catch up, the better. We already wasted time.
He stares at you. That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
You cut out right at the end again.
That sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
She's just gonna huff and go quiet.
I'll say y'all continue on. Leads you farther towards the crossroad. So y'all may move your tokens up. And I'll say as you come up on the crossroads, you notice a figure. Jesse, would you please place your token like right here in this area? And would you describe yourself for me?
Which area?
This area right here. You'd be around here.
You said go ahead and give a description.
Yeah. What do we see as we come around? You guys know your face, but for those of you that don't know Haven.
You all would see a about 5'11" red tiefling, big bazoongas with scars all over his body. He has very unique hair in that it's pulled back into a fluffy ponytail, but his roots almost have a orange and yellow tint to it, almost like it's hot, like on fire. And as he walks, the black of his hair, the very ends, is leaving off almost like little ashy bits to it. He's adorned in relatively simple clothing, a button-up gray shirt with the sleeves rolled up, adorned in various gold jewelry, and he's just walking along by himself very casually, not a thought behind those eyes.
We love it.
Smash!
Alright, so
As,
do you see him? Go ahead.
as soon as Aisling spots Haven, she's just gonna sigh and go, "Where the hell did you go?"
Are we close enough to each other to where I can hear that?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you sure are.
And I guess following along with that, am I walking towards them or am I walking in the same direction as them?
You would seem to be like you're heading back to Emberfell, as if, the last place you saw them was Emberfell, so that's where you're heading back.
Even though we said we were leaving there.
And and he just sort of does a double take. Oh, I wasn't expecting to see you all so soon. I suppose I can't complain.
You left the tavern before the rest of us.
Oh, I did. I did plan on catching back up with you.
You had no idea where we would be going.
You were going to be going to Fossy later, weren't you?
You didn't necessarily know that that's where our quest would initially lead, just that that was my end goal.
My plan is if you weren't back in Emberfell, I would eventually go to Fossy and maybe hopefully run into you, and if I didn't, oh well.
Well, I suppose you got lucky.
is this? And pointing to the man.
The man
The
stares at you
man.
back.
I don't recall him being at the tavern.
But he's been here the whole time.
He's decided to accompany us to Fossy.
Oh,
He looks back to you hastily. Oh, look at you. You got fucking friends everywhere.
I don't have friends. I have acquaintances or people working for me.
Mm-hmm.
People have stories about you and your boss.
She's just gonna shoot a dirty look towards El. And you act different depending on the day.
It's called being more personable, or at least fucking trying, unlike some people who always stick up their ass.
Are you implying I have a stick up my ass, or are you implying that part of your personality does?
Or are you implying that I have to stick
I
up my
won.
ass?
Oh, well, that would be just
Why?
accurate.
Why do people have sticks up their ass?
Weird kink.
Is that a colloquial thing, or...
Haven. I don't even know.
You didn't even know what a
it's a
fist bump
saying.
was.
I will say, Yale's gonna walk up. I'm sorry for scaring you the other day. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to read your paper.
What was that last part?
I was just trying to read your paper.
You could have just asked. Instead of wearing a scary mask and coming up behind me with no warning.
Well, the mask is necessary. But without warning is just habit.
Well, any habit can be broken.
It takes more than a day to break a habit, I'm afraid.
Well, you have a personal project, I suppose.
Very. Their eyes kind of dip down a little bit and go right back up. I'm sure I do.
If you are quite done flirting, or whatever the hell that was supposed to be, can we get going, please? We're already behind.
Is that
I'm
what
sorry.
flirting looks like to you?
Apparently an apology is not in her lexicon.
Oh, it's not.
Just
I don't
like,
apologize for much.
Looks at Valkyrie. I don't think that was flirting.
I'm scared if that's what she thinks flirting is.
I absolutely did sneak a peek at the boobs.
Haven definitely would not have noticed.
That passive says for sure he wouldn't have noticed.
So wait, you have eyes? I
Yeah.
thought they were down there.
My eyes are down here.
Just so focused on
I mean, we can always get like
melons.
googly eyes and put the eyes on like each side. So
Little
there's
pasty
definitely eyes.
They're looking right at me.
Little googly eye nipple pasties. I need art.
Yes.
I'll get right on that.
That's my Patreon request in the month.
I'll pay you in cheese sticks.
Either way, if you two are quite finished, we have work.
Just get a thumbs up.
I was saying
I'm already
both
trying to
of-
scooch making my way, but I'm.
Yeah, I would say I saw Arwan move, but you guys would have seen the figure move, and he seems to kind of be like bent down, inspecting something on the ground.
Find a cool rock.
No, he's probably looking for tracks.
Well, obviously.
Gosh. Hey, Falkor, odds or evens?
Okay, evens.
Evens, okay. Does a 27 hit you?
Wow, I can't imagine if it would.
You, as you say, did you find a cool rock? You see like a rock flash towards you and smack you in the shoulder. You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage. Yeah, there
Wow,
you
that is a cool rock.
go.
Oh, Lord. Can we get
Falkor
moving,
takes
please?
the rock and he's gonna put it in his pocket.
Anything of note?
He's gonna nod. They're very faint, but it looks as if somebody tried to cover tracks. Yeah, they're fresh. He's gonna glance toward Aisling. Looks like a tiefling went this way.
And you're sure they're real? Since you made so much fun of us for following false ones.
He stares. Yeah, no, I actually checked them. He starts leading you all on.
As we're walking, Falkor's gonna go side by side with Haven, and he's gonna go, so, where did you go?
Oh. Well, it's a relatively short story. It's not too exciting. I suppose I woke up rather earlier than the rest of you, and I went downstairs, and a gentleman approached me. I thought he was rather sketchy at first, but he turned out to be rather nice. He said that he asked me if I was looking for a job, and I was. I need money at the moment. So he said he had a job that he thought would fit someone with my looks, which I found rather flattering. And
Oh, God.
he had a cart outside, and he took me to a nearby building. I'm not sure. I wasn't paying too much attention at how far away it was. And it was sort of like a homey bed and breakfast type brothel almost. And I made about 10 gold. It was rather nice. People there were rather friendly.
Only
gold.
10?
10 gold. Doing what?
And
Just looks at Falkor. Puts her in
and Haven like kind of confusedly stares down at him. How old are you?
How old do you think I am?
You are a halfling, right?
Yes.
So you're just short.
I am.
20?
You're getting there.
Getting where?
Closer to the age.
Ah. Well, at least you seem old enough. Wait, closer in age going down or going up?
Up.
Well, just simple. Okay, let's put it in simple terms. I basically just made people happy for a short time, and then I simply told the gentleman I need to get back because I have another job waiting on me, and I left.
That's completely valid. Get that money.
10 more gold in my pocket than I had.
But that's also extremely fishy. Why did you get in a cart with a random man? Do you have no self...
Says the one who was yelling in a Faelight Forest.
I freaked out, okay? I've learned my...
And wanted to touch the water or poke it at least.
Actually, I did not want to poke it or touch it. I wanted to throw something in it. That is way less worse than you guys playing peekaboo with a river that fucking talks to you.
With a river that fucking talks to you.
What exactly have you all been doing?
Aisling is going to look over her shoulder, right at Falkor and say, "Oh, weird, we wouldn't have known what the river did if nobody looked into it. And besides, it's better than disturbing the surface of a river that apparently talks to people."
You know, I just feel like it's not, but that's okay. I also feel like, when we're in a creepy forest, maybe we shouldn't try and discover anything.
And maybe don't yell.
Hey, Cat, roll me a d4 and tell me odds or evens really quick.
And hey, we need to up your prices.
Okay. Carry on. You guys are good. Carry on.
Okay.
Hey, Haven.
What?
Or to Haven, you need to up your prices.
My prices for what?
Your prices of happiness.
Happiness has a price?
Oh my
Apparently,
god.
he only made 10
I love
rolls.
him.
But, Falkor, why, I don't understand. Would you not have gotten in the cart?
No, I would not have.
Yeah, that sounds like a really great way to get kidnapped.
If
Say
somebody,
inside checking Falkor, because they don't.
okay,
You would not get in
Why would the man kidnap? It seems like bad workplace practice to kidnap
Okay.
someone you're offering a job to.
if a man goes up to you and
That
says,
sounds-
"Hey, you're really pretty. Do you want to work for me?" That doesn't like ring any bells in your head at all.
It was flattering, and I needed a job. I don't. What's the problem?
Were we not a good enough job for you? I mean, you've literally missed us leaving.
I still planned on doing your job. I knew you were eventually going to Fossy. I figured it would work out, and what do you know? I was correct.
It didn't work out. No, you're so right. Just maybe be a little cautious in the future. For yourself.
What exactly do I need to be cautious of?
Don't
Strange
get in the
men.
cards with people you don't know that are offering your job.
Just
Yeah.
because you're
To
pretty.
be fair, I don't know any of you people, and I accepted this job. Should I not have
Yeah, but-
accepted the job?
Haven.
Hmm?
Did any of us say, "Oh, you're pretty, do you want to come to work for me?" and had a cart out front of the tavern?
To pull you away somewhere else.
No.
To a location that apparently you didn't even pay attention to see how far away you got.
Did he even tell you where the second location was?
Well, no. He
No.
just-
There you go. That's a red flag.
Mm,
I love Haven
You
so
won't
much.
get me to no secondary location.
Say
Oh.
under his breath in Elvish. She's like, God's children again.
I'll try to keep this in mind, though I don't think I quite understand it just yet.
We'll work on it. We're gonna work on this.
Aisling and Undercommon would like to respond to Arwan.
He doesn't speak Undercommon.
Or sorry, Elvish.
Okay.
You said Elvish for some reason. I
Yeah,
thought Undercommon. Yeah. In Elvish,
he
and
does-
just go. I'm beginning to regret picking all of you. You're all kind of childish.
And back in Elvish. Falkor's going to say, "You're really not any better."
Does anybody
Oh.
speak Draconic?
I think I do.
I
No.
believe I do.
No, I do not. I do not.
I do.
You guys again hear like a very deep groan from the front and just, I'm gonna fucking kill half of these idiots.
Aisling is going to respond back in Draconic. Oh, I wouldn't do that.
You're ignored.
Keeping track on how many fucking languages Aisling speaks.
And Haven, when everyone starts
Good luck.
speaking languages for a second time that he doesn't understand, his brows furrow and he looks a little distressed.
Oh, baby.
And can we all please stick to one language? I don't want to feel more lost than I already do.
EL's gonna lean over and very softly translate what Leo and Aisling said.
What? Should we really be following this man if he's threatening us? What?
Oh, he's been threatening us since the beginning. I have no idea why we're following him. Aisling just brought him back, and now we're following him.
He
Totally,
already
knows
threw a
her
spear at
rules.
me.
Yeah, he also tried to throw a dagger at me and missed.
Well,
and
you,
then he just threw a rock at me.
Looking at you, well, you're the one who threw a dagger at him first.
Well, he's the one who scared me awake.
That sounds like a you problem.
It's time to wake up.
You are all just chastising me about being aware of sketchy men with business practices, and you're following someone who has not only attacked you, but has threatened you multiple times. I don't think I should be taking advice from you people.
No, because here's the thing. You're correct. I have been saying this since this man has showed up.
So am I.
Oh my God, you are all. I know him through my boss, and by that I mean he knows my boss, and they don't know how to keep their mouths shut.
Okay, so why is he our problem?
Because he offered to go with us. Are you really complaining? Maybe
A
stop
little,
pissing
yeah.
him off.
I am complaining. What does it sound like I'm doing right now?
Well, maybe stop complaining. Well, he's already tried to kill you once. Then he threw a dagger at you yesterday.
Yeah, because I fucking breathed.
Then maybe
I love it here.
don't bother him.
I mean, you all don't have to follow. You just won't get paid.
Yeah, I know. I'm in this for the money, not for you people.
Then shut up.
So you speak Draconic and Primordial, I don't know. Have I heard you speak Celestial yet? I forget.
No.
I think I've only used Elvish, Undercommon, Draconic, and Primordial.
and Draconic. Yeah.
Okay, I love how in asking this, I completely forgot what you said, and therefore my response. Can you repeat what you said?
Okay, you have heard Aisling speak Elvish.
No.
Primordial.
What you said that led to that question. I totally forgot what you said immediately prior because I was going to respond, but I had to think about which language, but I did. I'm sorry. I have
She told Falkor to stop talking. That was the last thing she said.
That's pretty much all I've said.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's
I
yeah.
thought she called someone childish, and I was gonna.
Oh, I did call you all childish.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
We said that in
thank you.
Elvish.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the one thing I don't speak.
I would
Just for
hope I speak it.
For
Yes.
clarification, are we headed to Fossy now, or are we going somewhere else first?
Apparently, we're going to take the long way around, so I assume we plan to stop in Ravenreach and then head to Fossy. Is that correct? And she's going to look up at Leo.
I mean, that's the way I'm going because it looks like there's a person of interest headed that way. So
So,
I'm
yes.
just gonna stare at her for a second. And last I checked, he was supposed to be finding her, right?
Yes, we are. So, I suppose we're going through Ravenreach, even though we already know they're most likely heading to Fossy. But we'll trail behind. Maybe we'll get lucky and catch up.
And Ravenreach is a town? Or...
A town of sorts, yeah.
Of sorts.
I can't remember if it's a village or a town. Leave me alone.
Have I ever been
Hopefully
through
that will-
Ravenreach?
Here is where Ravenreach is, and
It is a...
it's a
It's a
Town.
village.
yeah.
It's a
So
village.
you guys are like right around here.
Okay.
Do we have details on exactly what was the job again?
Oh, wow. I wonder.
Well, maybe if you'd shown up yesterday, you would know.
I would apologize, but I can't exactly go back in time and change things.
Oh, that's a relief. Either way, we are tracking a female tiefling who stole some things from the blacksmith in Emberfell. And apparently, this man, and she'll point at Leo, is also looking for the same person.
What? She stole things from where now?
The blacksmith back in Emberfell.
Do we have a name to go with this tiefling, or are we just blindly looking for a female tiefling?
I mean, I have a description and a name. Which do you prefer?
I would prefer both, but if I have to choose one, I guess I'll take the name.
I love your name so much. Oh my god.
Like, why can't I have both? Like, come on now.
You just
Whoa,
asked
whoa,
her
hey.
name. It's like a look over at you. God, let's see, did I write down the description? Probably not. Let's see if I can get it right from memory. So bad at writing descriptions, guys, in my notes. Her name is Ain. She's a red tiefling, ram horns, black hair,
Mm-hmm. Bobbed
black hair. She tends to dress on the fancier side, right?
Mm-hmm.
A little
Much fancier.
ostentatious, as far as at least I've ever seen. The bitch that was staring at you back at the tavern in Ember's Point.
Wait, it was the same tiefling?
Yes. Weird, isn't it?
No, do I know that name?
Make a history check.
Ooh. Where's my history? There. Oh boy. I have +0, but I do have advantage.
You got this.
Okay, that's bad. And that's not better. 8.
You have no idea. You do not know that name.
So, what exactly are we trying to do? Are we trying to capture her? Are we trying to get the items back? Are we trying to kill her? What exactly is the plan?
I would assume capture and get the items back. She'll look at Leo. I assume you would like her alive.
I mean, that's debatable, but unfortunately, I'll have to say yes this time.
Yes, I assume my boss would also like a crack at her.
He takes a breath. Yeah, we'll have to talk about that.
I assume you meant her, because I don't think that involves me.
No, it doesn't involve you. All I'm saying is she comes with me, you guys get the shit she has. I don't care what you do after that. As long as you get the Fossy.
Well, that's my plan, because I kind of have shit to do there.
Uh-huh. As I've learned.
Any other questions, Taven?
Well, if you mean pertaining to the job, I don't think so. I mean, I have plenty of questions about other things.
Regarding what?
Well, just life in general, I suppose, but...
I love Haven so fucking much, I swear to
I
God.
assume you mean questions that I probably cannot answer for you.
Oh?
Maybe. I
Could we
don't
lose?
know everything that you know.
The bard left.
Ah, that bitch. Continue on, guys.
But no more questions about what we're doing, at least for now. I'm sure I'll think of some.
You know, Haven, if you have any life questions, I'll answer them.
Just kind of eyes on both of you. Just like,
I will make a list.
Okay, because quite frankly, I want to know what goes on in your mind.
Well,
under their
thoughts
breath,
primarily.
not much.
Can I make a perception
Did I
check
catch
for
that?
walking?
Yeah, you sure can.
And I will also
Thanks.
use my passive to as we're walking.
Would that
Okay.
just be my passive perception, or should I roll for perception?
You can roll first perception if you'd like.
Okay.
29.
No, 6.
29. Okay. Okay. You see nothing, Haven. There's nothing there.
Sounds about right.
No thoughts, no nothing behind those eyes.
There's nothing behind those eyes.
We carry on.
Yep. All right. Yeah, you guys continue on. I mean, you don't really see anything suspicious. It seems to be that you're just kind of continuously following the road, and you've been conversing now for maybe an hour at this point, hour and a half, continuing on. And I mean, the man leading you doesn't seem to chime in unless he desperately needs to. And it's more so he's actively watching around.
Okay.
Don't see anything of any signs of other people other than the very, very hard to spot tracks that you're following. Me planning on doing a whole thing so I don't have to fuck around with this bot at all times. Right. Is there any other conversations you guys want to have as you're continuing on and I'm messing with a bot?
Falkor's just gonna keep an eye on the guy.
The guy. What are
The
you
man.
watching? Like, what are you trying to catch the man doing? I need to know for me.
It's in the sense of like he doesn't trust the man,
Uh-huh.
so
No.
he's keeping an eye to see if he does anything that Falkor would label fishy.
Oh, okay. What would Falkor label fishy?
A lot of things.
Like what?
Just if he acts odd.
Okay. Roll a insight check for me.
21.
Okay. I mean, outside of like earlier, whenever you guys noticed that he seemed to be like actively trying to make sure he wasn't getting upsetty spaghetti, he it's weird because it seems like he's fixatedly thinking about something, but it's really hard to tell what it is. I wouldn't say there's anything necessarily fishy. It's just more so a very chaotic is probably the best word to say. Air.
Okay. That settles Falkor.
Him having a chaotic air settles.
Yeah, it does. It makes him less suspicious.
Falkor, I worry about you.
All right, I will say effectively as you guys continue walking, I'm gonna go ahead and let us take a 15-minute break. So we shall be back in the 15 minutes, so that way I can fuck around with this layout and make sure it's not a complete mess. And we'll see you guys soon. We're back.
We're here.
And we're queer.
We are queer. We're very
I'm queer!
And
All of
filled
us
with
are queer.
extra.
Literally,
And
one of
filled
the
with existential
tags
fear.
on our podcast and our stream is queer.
Hell yeah.
That's beautiful.
Excuse you, I am perfectly heterosexual.
No.
Ew.
But don't even.
Don't spread misinformation.
That's
Fake
fake
news.
news, guy. Same brain.
Love you too.
Yeah.
Meow.
Meow for Jane since she's not here.
Ugh. Oh my god.
I like that now that we're starting to stream again, both the boys decided to leave the room.
I mean, of course.
Hi, Phoenix.
We'll see how long that
Okay.
lasts.
Alright, so as you guys continue on your way, I will say you go through, if you didn't have any other conversations or anything you'd like to do, pretty uneventful. Eventually you do keep going farther on this path and it starts pushing towards the dusk area. At some point, Leo does stop and kind of kneel down again and looks as if he's trying to see which way the tracks lead as the actual road itself starts to split again. It takes a couple minutes and he starts to get up. You see him freeze. And there's a groan. And then, under his breath, sounding extremely pissed and common. If you have above a 20 passive, you hear what he says.
Ooh.
Yeah. Glad you're safe, but why did your mother get hurt on your job? Andrea. I'll be home soon, so don't do anything else foolish.
Sorry, did you say a 20 or higher or a like
If-
21 and up?
20 or higher, you will hear it.
Okay.
And to repeat that, it's glad you're safe, but why did your mother get hurt on your job, Andrea? I'll be home soon. Don't do anything else foolish.
Gotcha.
He kind of pinches the brow of his nose as if he's just in a worse mood than he already was. And turns to look at you all before nodding. This way. Alright, boop. We're going to be shifting maps.
I'm gonna mute for a second. I heard something in the other room, so I'm gonna cast it and not.
Okay, you're good.
Hey, what's that?
I guess you'll see. You guys will be coming out over here.
Smash.
Oh my god, wait, no, you're right. Smash.
My cat opened up an air vent.
I mean, that's
I thought
impressive.
I thought
That's-
the cat opened up a carrot, and I was like, vase, but weird.
You know,
That's a genuine smash right there. Oh my god, he has a rat?
Oh, it's rain.
Oh my god! Hang on, I'm coming back.
I hope he has a good personality.
a
I
rat.
gotta insult my rat boy.
Of course you do.
Just make sure your snake don't eat him.
He would never.
Stop!
That's a lie, he would.
There you go.
Put something on top of that fucking vent.
But the snake gotta eat, man.
RT.
I will say, as you all kind of step out onto the road, you notice it's pushing a little bit past dusk at this point. The sun is notably finally setting out of the sky. I need a round of stealth checks. Party stealth checks, please.
Oh,
I had to put
I have
a
advantage
on the vent.
Hey,
Wait, I think I have advantage on those too.
I got natural 20, guys.
Okay. So with a total
Jeez, what's it
of
like?
28.
okay.
I also have a 28.
Okay.
Hi, I got a 15.
Okay.
I got a 19.
19.
Also
15.
a 15.
All right. 19.
Oh no, guys. The bad guys are gonna hear us from the sound of my tits clapping.
Hey, the bad guy's hot though.
You know the death by snoo snoo TikTok audio? And the
Yes,
big thumping? That is exactly what I'm imagining.
I need to do that for Haven.
Please.
Jesus. Alright, so as you all start to approach, you all would see the figure that's been leading you this whole time kind of pause and take the spear that was tossed over his shoulder out and kind of reach it out to stop you from going any further. From what you can tell, the figure that you all can very visibly see against the fire does not spot you. From what you can tell, you can't really see the front of it, but it's odd. Looks to be humanoid. Doesn't have too much skin showing from what you can tell. Seems to be hunched over as if it's maybe like messing around with something. And has this very strangely styled helm, at least from the back. That's made of this black, almost charred looking metal. And the general look of its armor and clothing is dark, covered in like different leathers and soot stains and tattered cloaks here or there. Seems to be a bit of a mix of leather and heavy chainmail as it continues on from the back, and piecemeal iron here or there. From what you can tell, it looks to be messing with like a longbow as if it's like restringing it.
Is it hot?
I mean, you can't really see its face, dude. You're seeing it from
Yeah.
behind. So Leo kind of goes quiet and looks at you all and puts up a finger to his mouth before very softly, well, I think we found our fucking tiefling.
Can I make a perception check of the nearby area to see if I spot anyone else, since there should be 2 more people with this person?
Sure.
Her daggers are out and at the ready.
Okay.
26.
26. From what you can see, you don't really notice anything else, per se. At least not from this angle.
Okay.
I'll say there is a tree here, so if you're welcome to try and stealth forward a bit and to try and get a better view.
Sorry, where's the tree?
There is a tree, and there's right here on the side, so it would be blocking your view to some degree.
I'm going to stealthily try to inch up to about here so I can see around.
Okay.
So, stealth check first as I move. Don't fuck me. Yes. 31. Natural 20.
Okay.
Yeah, inch up to here. Kiara is in the bag. Kiara jumped into the bag.
Sorry, I muted so I could chew a chip.
You're good.
Alright, so you kind of like scoot forward. I will say you do see just off to this area here, you would see the glint of armor as you're going past. You can't visibly see them, but there seems to be another figure on the other side of the tent that is pitched.
Okay, but no sign of Ain herself.
Not from what you can see. probably best guess would be she's inside of the tent.
I was about to say, is there any light or anything noticeable at the front of the tent?
No, it looks to be closed from what you can see, and the light is just generally in this area.
So she's gonna look back at the group, and I doubt any of you speak sign language, so this sucks.
One person does.
She's going to sign that the second one is behind the tent and that she doesn't see Ain.
Okay. So Leo kind of nods, and I need everybody to roll initiative, please.
Bet.
Or we could just like not and say we could.
I mean, you could turn around if you want.
No. I'm not a pussy.
All right, and please
Like,
don't yell them
not
out.
one shot.
Don't yell them out at me. I'll ask you as we go down, okay? Because I have to pull up the right thing. For that one. Alrighty. Eel, what did you get?
9.
9, okay. Aisling.
19.
Okay, Falkor.
16.
Okay. Arwan.
20.
Haven.
Also 19.
Alright.
Damn it.
Alright, so you have not been spotted by either yet, so I will treat this as a surprise round right now. Top of the round is Arwan. What are you doing?
From here, can I see B or do I only see A?
You only see A because there is a tree blocking your view.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, we are going to use Toll the Dead on B.
On
Alright.
A? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, is that a
That
saving throw,
is-
right?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me double check.
Okay, which kind of, is it a dex?
Dex.
That's what
Sorry, I
I
was
thought.
pulling it up because I had
you're
a
good.
long list of spells.
Yeah, no, I speed clear it most of the time, so I was like, I'm pretty sure it's a dex. I just wanted to make sure. Does a 22 save?
A little bit.
Alright. I think you get half damage on Toll the Dead, though.
I don't think you get half damage on any cantrips.
I could have sworn you got half damage on that.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I'm thinking of another one then. Continue. Okay, so seems to fail, and you do get attention drawn to you as it resists, so we are out of surprise round now.
So I didn't really have anything to surprise with.
Okay.
So
Can they see me with my, like,
No, that you are not seen.
Myself. Okay.
No.
I was like, shit.
You're far enough away that you wouldn't have gotten spotted. All right. Would you like to do anything else?
No, because I already. Well, that's a cantrip, so I can still cast a spell, right?
Mhm.
Right. Spiritual weapon. And put it right here, and it's just a giant hammer. That is. Does a 17 hit?
Yes, it does.
Alright. That is 12 points of force damage.
Okay. Come on, D&D. Be a nice thing. Alright, so 12 points of force, bet. Alright, anything else you'd like to do?
That's it.
Alright, Aisling, you're up. Haven, you're on deck.
Awesome. So I am going to. I have my 2 daggers. And they can't see me. So how far am I? Oh, perfect. They're still within range. Yeah, I'm gonna. Sorry, I'm checking.
You're good. You're about 50 feet away.
Yes. Yeah, throwing daggers have 60 feet of range.
Is that the max or the minimum?
It's the max
Okay, so you'd have to roll at disadvantage then.
at 60 feet. They're
If
only 50 feet from us.
Oh, listen, my brain went
I
wiggity
was like,
waggity.
wait!
No, you're fine. My brain went wiggity waggy, okay?
Okay. I only have 1 attack per action right now, so I'm just gonna throw the 1. This is a regular dagger.
Okay.
Uh, 19.
19 does hit.
Awesome. All right, so that is regular and sneaks.
Yeet.
Sneaks. Cool rogue shit. Okay. 7 points of piercing damage and 6 from the sneak attack.
Alright, so 6 and 7. Alright, anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna move. Okay, cool. She's gonna move 30 feet up. Okay. And can I bonus action hide?
Yeah, roll a stealthy check.
Not as great. 21.
Alright, let's see. Okay, anything else you'd like to do?
That's all I can do.
Okie dokie. Haven, you're up.
Cool. Let's see. First, I am going to move. About probably about right there. I don't want to get too far away from everybody. How how far away are A, B, and SW from me?
A and SW are about 40 feet. B you cannot necessarily see because it's on the other side of the tent, but it would be about 45.
Okay. Let's see. I want to guess. Okay, yeah. I'm not used to this being a actual spell. If that's the case, I'm used to Vicious Mockery being a reaction, not an actual just straight up spell.
Valid.
I'm gonna use Vicious Mockery
Okay. So
on A, since
wisdom.
that's the only one I can see at the moment.
So wisdom save.
Let me see. Yes, it needs to beat a Wisdom save of 12.
Let's take Well, that is a natural 4 for a 5, so it fails.
What'd you say?
It's a 5, so it fails.
Yay! Okay, so that is going to be 2d6. Yes. Okay. Ooh, not bad. That is going to be. What do I add to that? I know I add. Oh no, I don't. Okay, that is just going to be. Did I roll the wrong fucking thing? I rolled the wrong fucking thing.
Uh-oh.
I rolled 2d6s and not 2d4s. I am a fool.
You're okay.
No. That's not good. That's gonna be 4 points of psychic damage.
Alrighty, but anything else you'd like to do?
And I actually think so. Let me check. I need to see if this is a bonus action or a. I can't remember. Do you allow bonus actions before and after, or only before an action?
Yeah, no, you can do them before or after.
Okay. I'm also bonus action gonna go ahead and activate my Crimson Right.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
Alrighty. I'll say you guys kind of hear a ruffling on the inside of the tent, and then a female does step out. She appears to be a tiefling. Very, very, very elegant clothes, has like ram horns that curve around, pitch black hair that's at a bob. Kind of looks around, grimaces. Oh, great, we have company. And let's see here. She is going to look towards View Haven. And let's see.
Oh, that sounded like a lot of dice. I don't like that.
Does a 25 hit?
No, you know it does.
Okay. Alright, I don't have enough of those, so I'm just gonna roll it multiple times. Boy, oh boy. That's an 8. You take 27 points of force damage as she points out her hand, and this arcane energy shoots out and shoves you back.
Oh boy. You said 27?
Yep, I rolled really fucking well.
Cool!
And then she is going to take the rest of her movement and go this way. Alright. How many? Say it's Leo's turn. Falkor, you are on deck. Okay, yeah, he can go 50 feet. We're gonna go 50 feet. Let's go. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Whoop. Gonna take the spear and we're gonna toss it at that bitch because he does not like her.
Me neither.
That hits, so that's going to be 5. Alright, 9 points, and then he gets to hit again. Let's get a hit. That'll be 4. That's just a regular dagger. Alright, but. Alright, Falkor, you're up. What are you doing?
Oh, I'm muted. Okay. Falkor is going to move a little closer, like to here, so that he can see
Mhm.
5, 10, 15. Okay. So that he can see everybody.
Mhm.
And he's going to try and shoot the lady with his bow.
Okay.
There's an 18 hit.
Sure does.
Oh, yeah. And I think we decided his bow was, what was it, fire?
Mhm.
Yeah. So that will be 7 normal damage, and then 2 fire damage.
So 7 normal. And 1 fire.
Because it's half.
You're because she's a tiefling. Alright, anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah, and for his second attack, he's going to do the same thing.
Fuck yeah. Hubba bubba bubba.
Does a 29 hit?
Definitely hits.
That will be 7 damage, and then 4 fire damage. And for his bonus action, he's going to put his hunter's mark on her. Okay, and that'll be the end of his turn.
Okay. Alright. Eel, you're on deck. This one's gonna step out, and we're gonna see who it tries to smack. 1, 2, 3. 2, Falkor.
Oh.
Alright, you see he takes out a longbow and like takes aim. That is a 13 to hit. I think that misses, correct?
Misses, yeah.
That's what I thought. Alright, next one's definitely gonna hit. It's 18 plus 6, so that's going to be
Ouch.
6 plus 9 points of piercing damage and 7 points of necrotic damage. And then it's gonna.
Got fancy. Huh.
He do have a fancy bow. It's gonna.
Mine's probably cool.
Yo, it's your go.
Yeah. I've only counted this number like 4 times. I'm gonna run up here, and as I do, I would like to activate my angel colors,
Okay.
and then make sure I've measured this correctly. Okay. I'm gonna whack on A. Okay. Someone told me to stop putting all of my dice in my dice tray.
Absolutely not.
I just got them all shoved over to the corner. I'm assuming a 17 plus 8 hits and a 5 plus 8 doesn't.
Who are you attacking? A? Yeah, that hits.
Both of them are just the 17.
Both hit.
5 plus 8 hits? Damn.
Wait,
13 hits?
Wait, you said what?
So I can't math in my head, like something, so a 13 and then a 25.
No, a 13 would miss, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was,
Yes.
Oh my god, where'd my red pen go? Okay. 8 points of bludgeoning damage plus not me forgetting what the fuck to do for looks like. Yeah. I have precisely one functioning brain cell at all times.
That's okay.
Plus 7 points of radiant damage, and as they come back, I'm gonna whack again.
Okay.
Big money, no whammies, big money, no whammies. Double 13s for a 21.
Yes, both it.
Oh, sexy. Okay. I'm gonna give you the bludgeoning damage first.
That.
6 plus 5. 17 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
I do believe. Cocked. 3, 2, 1. 12 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
And that's for both hits.
All right, bet. Anything else?
That'll be all.
Alrighty. Alright. This guy here is going to stand up and take his longbow. I'm just gonna smack at you, because you just fucked him up a little bit.
Bring it, bitch.
Alright, so yeah, that's 18 plus 6. That hit. A 14 I do not think hits.
No.
Alright, so it's gonna be 10 points of piercing damage, and you are going to also take 10 points of necrotic damage.
Alright.
Alright, he's gonna shift this way. Arwan, you're up. Aisling, you're on deck.
Alright, let me get back to Owlbear. Move up to here. And I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt at aim.
I will say too, your spiritual weapon will get attack. Does spiritual weapon get attack of opportunity? I'm pretty sure it does.
I'm sure it does. At least it always has for me.
Yeah, I'm 95% does. So your spiritual weapon gets an attack too as it goes out of range.
Okay. Does a 15 hit?
Misses.
Okay. Oh. Making sure I'm casting the right thing. There it is, okay. Yeah, Guiding Bolt and aim. Does a dirty 20 hit?
Yes, it does.
Alright. Hold, please. Need to get more dice.
You're good.
Good thing it's throwing pyres out from Thursday. Alright. Um, 18 points of radiant damage.
Okay. Anything else?
And use my bonus action to move the spiritual weapon and take a hit today.
Okay.
Does a 17 hit?
Yep, sure does.
That is 9 points of force damage.
Bet. All right. Anything else you like to do?
That'll be it.
All right. Aisling, you're up. Haven, you're on deck.
Okay. Would you count it as a bonus action for Aisling to dip one of her daggers in her vat of poison?
Yes, I would.
So she's going to take out one of her daggers that is equipped to do that without being ruined.
Mhm.
And she's gonna throw the dagger at Ain.
Okay.
I think I'm still in range. Hold on.
Um,
Oh yeah, okay.
and hang on. I think you get advantage on that.
Not at A, at Ain.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I hit Ain with the guiding bolt.
I thought you said A.
I hit A with the spiritual weapon. Ain was the one I hit with the guiding bolt.
Oh, I deducted pain from the wrong one because I heard A. But how much
Oh,
how much
okay.
guiding bolt damage did you do?
I think I said. Wait, I didn't.
The quick look over at the dice that we haven't moved yet.
16.
16. Okay. All right. Continue. So yeah, you would get bonus.
Okay. If I shift a little this way, do I need to reroll stealth before I throw?
Yes, if you move, you would have to reroll stealth. However, can you don't have bonus action hide?
No, I used it.
Mhm.
I used my bonus action to do
Yes,
that.
so you wouldn't be able to.
Fuck it, I'll just throw it. I mean, she's still within range. I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, fuck it. I'm throw the dagger at Ain. It's now covered in poison.
Okay.
Because I'm such a nice person. Um, 26.
All right. Yeah, it hits something. So as you watch the dagger kind of go through, it almost as a reaction, she and B swap places, and it plows into B.
Oh, bitch.
But yeah, what's your damage?
One was I assume because she was able to switch that I was not considered hidden.
Correct.
Damn it. That's fine. It's fine. It's just what do you want me to roll for poison?
I think it's usually like a D4.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I wanted to
Mhm.
check. Because I don't think my thing tells me.
No, I'm pretty sure it's like a D4 if I remember correctly.
Actually, I guess I could check.
I'm looking. Yeah, it's a D4.
Yes, it is. Okay. That is going to be 8 points of piercing damage, 3 poison, and he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
That is 15.
So negate the 3 poison damage.
Bet.
And yeah, that's my turn.
All right, Haven, you're up.
With 30 feet of movement, how close can I get to our little group of baddies?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You could get around here.
Right in there?
Yep.
So am I right here?
Yep.
Okay. I'm still not really close enough to do anything with what I have. So I guess really the only thing I can do is just vicious mockery again.
Okay. Who are you attacking?
Let's go with A.
Okay.
And that is the letter A, not Ain.
Thank you. Bet.
Okay,
They
needs
sound
to
the
be
same,
a
I'm
wisdom
sorry.
save of 12.
Alright, 12, so... That's a fail.
Hey.
They're not wise.
It's going to be 6 points of psychic damage.
Bet. Alright, anything
And
else you'd
that's
like?
all I can do at the moment.
Alrighty. Okay, let me measure something. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so I need for Arwan, Haven, and Falkor to please make a moment as I pull it up a dexterity saving throw for me.
Did you say Falkor? Your mic cut out.
Yes, Falkor, Arwan,
Okay.
Haven, make dexterity saving throws for me.
Good.
21.
21. Okay.
16.
Whew. Natural 20 for a 27.
Ooh, good, good. All right, let me make one for Leo because he's gonna get smacked by it too. Oh, of course he's gonna fail.
Oh, Leo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roll my dice.
You don't need to count that many.
Yeah, I do. Alright, so you three are going to take 10 points of fire damage, so Haven, you would only take 5 because it's half because you're tiefling. As Ayn reaches out and casts Fireball on your asses because you're conglomerated together.
Yep, I was about to ask. I was like, I assume that was a fireball.
And
Haven's a bad
Fireball!
pick, guys.
oh my goodness.
It's fine.
Let me roll and see if she gets this back. She does not. And she is going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Move her ass back here, out of sight.
Coward.
Bitch!
Okay, we're gonna run this boy up. Falkor, you're on deck. We're gonna grab our spear. We're gonna swing at A. That will miss. That will hit. Alright, Falkor. You're up.
Okay. Oh, to heal or to hit?
Yeah.
How bad? Can I see the tiefling girl?
No. She is.
If I move,
Which way are you
if I
moving?
move here,
Yes.
if I move here, can I see the tiefling
Yes.
girl?
Yes, you can.
Over there. How bad does she look?
Shit looks fine.
Damn. I'm a hitter.
Okay.
And since she's hunter marked, it's gonna make shit crazy. Okay, Oh, no. That's 13.
Mm-mm.
Okay, second hit. Oh, 26.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's 7 points of regular damage.
Okay.
Oh, wrong button on my computer. Okay. And then, what is it? I keep rolling the same fucking numbers every time I do this. 2 points of fire damage, and then for Hunter's Mark, blah, 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 blah. 4 points of damage.
Alrighty.
And then I'm going back up.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Alright. Eel, you are on deck. bee is gonna shift over here, and it's gonna shoot at you, Aisling, because you're not hidden currently.
All right, disadvantage because I have my cloak on.
Mm-hmm. 16 hit.
Nope, miss.
All right, let's shoot again. That's gonna hit. That's a 23 at disadvantage.
Yeah, that will tragically hit.
Alright, so you're gonna take 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 18 points of piercing damage. And 8 points of fire damage.
You said fire damage?
Sure did.
Cool, good to know. It's important.
Uh-huh. Sure is. And that's gonna end its turn. Eel, you're up.
All right. So, this is my first time doing this. I know Stuff with the Wind says my jump distance is doubled.
Mm-hmm.
Does that just include like speed in general?
No, that's your actual jump distance. So, whatever your
Okay.
jump distance is,
So-
I think jump is, I can't remember how it's measured, but continue, I'm listening.
Well, no, I need to wait on this because I'm like calculating and I can almost get there, but not quite.
So like your standing jump distance is strength divided by 2. Your running long jump distance is strength in feet. So it would be like whatever your strength total is, that's how many feet you can jump.
4. Okay.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, if I use all my movement and that, I can get right here.
What's your movement?
40.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah.
Rock on. I just wanted to double check that before I.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. I'm gonna go for a thwack with my hands.
Okay.
That's a 6. Oh my god. I need someone buy me a fucking calculator. 23 for the first one and 13 for the second one.
First one hits, second one misses.
Rock on. That's gonna be 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, okay.
And we burn my bonus actions. So yeah, that's my turn.
Alrighty. Alright, A is gonna... Arwan, you're on deck. It's gonna schwackety schwack at Leo, because he's right there. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I think that misses. Yeah, dude. Whoa! That's gonna miss too. Alright. Arwan, you're up. Aisling, you're on deck.
Alright. I'm gonna run up, making sure I can get this. Run up to right about here. And can I see the tiefling lady from here?
Yes, you can.
If you close my laptop, I swear to fucking God.
Do it.
Yeah, in the middle of the stream, no thanks. Alright, Sacred Flame.
Okay. That's a straight line dex save, right?
Yep, I was reading the wrong thing. Whoops.
Okay.
Yep, but that's not what I want to cast.
So that is what you cast, or
Yes.
it's
And
what?
it's a dexterity save.
Is it 30?
15.
What's the feetage on it? Is it
60.
60? Okay. Let's see. I thought it was 60 or 40. I couldn't remember which one. Beep 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 beep. Let's see. Dex save for both because technically B is right there. All right. B makes it. Where is Ain? Excuse me. Ain makes it B because I was looking at her stuff. B does also make it.
Yeah. Just with a shot. And
Yeah.
go on trying to hit with my spiritual weapon again.
Okay.
Does a 15 hit?
Misses.
Yay!
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I got.
All right. Aisling, you're up. Haven, you're on deck.
Okay. 1. Ow. 2. Bet. I am going to. Oh god. Okay. Let's see. How far is she from me? Okay. So how do I get over there? Yeah, fuck it. I am going to take my 30 feet of movement and dash so I can get up to here.
Mm-hmm.
So dashing for me is a bonus action.
Yep.
I'm gonna pull out one of my other regular daggers because I've thrown 2 of them. So hey guys, if you're up close and personal with A or B, feel free to grab one of the daggers. They're there. Also, because I would like them back at some point if I can manage it. And I'm gonna try to stab Ain. Does a 14 hit?
Misses.
Damn. That's all I got.
Okay. All right, Haven, you're up.
Okay. Can I get to B from where I'm standing?
Your feet is 30. You sure can.
Hell yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm going to. There it is. Okay. I'm going to make a swing with my sickle that does not have my Crimson Right on it. Going to be. Does a 15 hit?
Misses.
Okay. And I'm going to use my extra attack to swing again, this time with my one that does have my Crimson Right on it. Woohoo. Does a. I imagine that a 26 hits.
Sure does.
Okay, that's going to be 4. That is going to be 6 points of piercing.
Bet.
And let me see what I need to roll for my. That is 1d6. No. Okay. And that is also going to be 2 points of fire damage.
Bet.
And that's it for me.
Okie dokie. Alrighty. Let me roll and see if we get this back. Nope. Alrighty, so. Hmm. What do I want her to do? Alright, so you both see Aang kind of like look at the two of you. Oh. Kind of looks over towards Haven.
What did you say? Just oh?
She said, oh, and looks over towards Haven.
Okay.
And looks back to you. It's so nice to see you again. And you all see her step back. And I will say technically she is leaving your area, so I will allow you both to make unarmed strikes or attacks, like unarmed attacks at her to try and keep her where she is.
Unarmed, or
Yeah.
can I just make an opportunity attack?
No, if you want to keep her where she is, you need to grapple her.
I'm doing it.
I can attempt.
So she is dimension dooring.
Okay. Yeah, I will
Yeah.
attempt to
Oh,
grapple.
I'm flattening this bitch. What do I roll?
Just a strength check, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Big money, no whammies. Big money, no whammies. That was cocked. Oh, 19.
Okay.
Natural 20 for a straight 20.
Okay. Alright, so this can go one of two ways. I will allow you guys to either keep her where she is, or you, if you are willing, you go where she goes.
My goal is to keep her where she is.
Alright, so
Retweet.
you see her kind of like go to step back as if she's going to try and dimension door out, and you grab her, hold on to her. That's annoying.
In Celestia, I'm gonna say. Same goes to you.
She looks at you and she smiles. And then in Abyssal says back, oh, you're interesting.
Of course, it's the one thing I don't fucking speak.
Mm-hmm. That's gonna end her turn. So you guys have effectively held her there for night now. Oh boy. Hey Cat, roll me a d4.
I don't want to.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know why.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to. Two.
Okay. Alrighty, so oh boy. You all see Leo turn towards A, and it's as if he kind of forgot the polearm that he had. It falls on the ground. He swings his fist into his face. Blee. Oh yeah, that hits. $11 plus. Okay, yeah, no, he's gone. Do you see it just impacts the thing's jaw and it's gone. It's down. It looks as if the actual bottom part of the jaw that you could see is just concaved in and crumples. Boy, oh boy. And now we have to roll. I'm just gonna hide it for now because the body is still gonna be there. Avery, odds or evens for me?
Odds.
Okay. Okay. Alright, he's gonna go immediately over here and swing with the fisties. And we're gonna hit. It's 12 plus. Okay, yeah, so 17 and 14. Bet. Alright, Falkor, you're up. If you're talking, Percy, we were muted.
Oops. Okay. Hey, people are in the way. I don't think I can safely shoot. 5. These squares are 5 feet, right?
Mm-hmm. Cat, I messaged you.
Screaming.
Mm-hmm.
I got to here. No, I can't see around Haven, can I?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, shit. Can I hold an attack for when I can see B?
I will allow it, yeah. Tell me,
Okay.
you're just gonna, like, hold your longbow strike?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
Alrighty, it is B's turn. God damn it, Jesse.
Jesse.
Oh boy, we're gonna schmackety smack it. One at Haven. That's gonna be a miss. And that's also gonna miss at Leo, so swipes at both of you with the short sword and goes short. Eel, you're up.
Yeah. Okay, so I know this isn't the intended usage of
Oh
my
god,
angel
what are you
collars.
doing?
Can I take one and bash her over the head with an angel collar?
I'm here for this.
I will allow it, yeah, cause yeah, you can fucking medicine ball this woman in the face. It's fine.
Knock her ass out.
Okay, in that case, I have a second question.
Yeah.
Do the same principles apply as when I'm kicking and hitting them, or do I only get 2 bonks instead of 4?
It would be 2 bonks.
Okay, I just wanted to verify.
It's 2 bonks.
Okay, well, one of those is a natural 20 for a 28, and one of those is a natural 1 for a 9.
I'm gonna be mean and make your critical cancel out because of that natural 1, so you just get a regular hit on her.
You know what? That is perfectly fine. And what's worse is I'm gonna message you and tell you who. Yeah. Oh, this is too funny. 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Just smacks her over the head with a medicine ball.
I
And-
love it though.
And then, 9 points of radiant damage, and then, hold on. Oh my god, I'm crying. It's burning my eye.
Why are you crying?
Because I was laughing so hard.
Okay, it's good crying. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's fucking hilarious. This doesn't count as an unarmed strike.
No, this is not unarmed.
Okay.
You have a fucking weighted medicine ball in your hand.
Fuck it, I'm gonna burn a key point, and I'm gonna near and then elbow her.
Okay.
Fucking bring
Wait,
it, Betsy.
question. Would they not have gotten advantage because we're grappling?
Not technically, no.
Damn.
Aww. And I didn't even think to move. Hi, Hanako.
Mhm.
I didn't even think to move to flanking before I.
Yeah, grappling doesn't really give you advantage, I don't think.
Talks a shame.
7 plus 14 and unnatural 20.
14 misses, the unnatural 20 hits.
Shit, I fucking hope so. 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And that's gonna be my turn.
Alrighty. Arwen, you're up. Aisling, you're on deck.
Okay. How are people looking?
Who? Like, who are you looking
Like,
at?
party.
Alright, how are you
Bad.
looking, guys?
Very bad.
Decent.
Not good at all.
Hang on. Okay. Mass healing word. So I can at least get both of you. And how many people can I get? Alright. I'll go ahead and get everybody in the party, even if you don't need it. I rolled the wrong die. D4. Alright,
When you say
everybody
everybody in the party, are you targeting Leo as well? I need to know for me.
Yes.
Okay.
That, yeah, that'd be 6 people. Yep.
Okay.
And everybody gets 8 points of healing damage. You know what I meant. Healing.
I love healing damage.
Healing damage is right.
Well, he didn't know. He's on our team.
Beautiful.
It's fine.
Anything else you'd like to do?
Move my spiritual weapon and hit. I need to switch tools again and hit B. The 16.
Just hits.
Hi. You can sit
Hello.
up. You cannot get on my desk. 7 points of force damage.
You said 7?
Yep.
Okay. Alrighty. Anything else?
That's it.
Alrighty. Aisling, you're up. Haven, you're on deck.
Okay. This is the part where I'm gonna miss Alwyn's fucking strength bonus. I'm gonna try to do the same thing I've done before. She's gonna take the butt end of her dagger and
Okay.
slam it into Ain's head. I am attempting to knock her out.
Alright, roll to hit.
Do you want me just to roll with the dagger's modifiers?
Yep.
$23?
Okay, it hits. Roll me damage, because if it goes over her hit point current rate, then it will knock her out.
That is 8 points of, I guess this would be considered bludgeoning since I'm smashing.
Okay. She looks dazed, but she is still on her feet.
Cool. Pulling her hand back, she's gonna punch her in the head. Because I can unarmed
Okay.
strike as a bonus action.
Yeah, roll to hit.
Please, dice. Please do not fuck me over. You were nice to me earlier. You can continue this. Oh, hey. No, mouse, thank you. Sorry, I need to see my unarmed strike. Okay. Don't fuck me over. I love you, Noah. Natural
You got a
20.
fucking nat 20. Of course you did.
Listen, these dice. Chef's kiss. Yes, this is the same dice that I've been rolling pretty much all fucking night. Okay, so another. So that's 4,
So yeah.
9, 13 points of bludgeoning damage.
So yeah, you see her like go dizzy and then she falls unconscious.
Yes.
So she is KO'd.
Oh, I didn't think that was gonna work. Okay.
Dude, she only had 3 hit points left. Yeah.
Whoops. I didn't know that though. It's fine.
you
She's
didn't.
knocked out. Cool. I only have movement speed.
Mm-hmm.
Would it count as a free action to drop the rope that I have for EL? Because I don't know that EL has rope, but I know I do.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Well,
Cool.
is it in your bag or is it in your
It's
bag?
no, it is in my equipment.
Okay, then yeah. I'll allow
Okay.
it.
She's gonna drop a rope. Not at EL. With this look of like, tie her up, please. And she's gonna take 20 feet of movement and go that way. And that is the end of her turn.
Okay. Haven, you're up.
Okay. If I were to move right here, I would get flanking, right?
Yes, you would.
Dope. All right. In that case, I'm gonna take a
Cat,
swing.
really quick. Does flanking require a friendly target?
Give me
Can't remember.
2 seconds. Flanking.
I can't remember.
Rules.
I think it's just an ally,
allies.
isn't it?
It has to be ally?
It has to be an ally.
Then no, you do not get flanking.
Oh, fuck you too, Leo. It's
Yeah.
alright. Okay.
It's okay.
I'm still gonna.
The world's gonna burn, but it's okay.
First swing. Nope. 12 does not hit. And swing again with my Crimson Right weapon. Woohoo! That is going to be. Does a 17 hit?
Yes, it does.
Yay! Okay, that is going to be 4. That is going to be 5 points of piercing. And. Ooh, and 6 points of fire damage.
Alrighty.
That's it for me.
Okay. Aim is down, so she is not doing anything. Alright, there is 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. Alright, so we're gonna punch B first. That's gonna hit. Eight plus 16. Alright, so we get to roll again. Oh boy. That's gonna be fun. Alright, so you guys see Leo, he swings out, he punches into B, and then he turns and goes straight at Aisling.
He's got disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
As my cloak resets at the start of my turn if I've been hit, so it is at least a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oh, now that he's moved, does it trigger my attacks as there's an opening on B now?
Yes, it would. He's gonna miss you, barely. It's gonna end his turn, so you... Falkor, you can take your reaction that you held, and then you can also take your turn after that.
Yeah, does a 28 hit?
Does indeed.
That is 10 normal damage. And 6 fire damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to move my hunter's mark to him. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to try to hit him again. Since it's my turn now. Ba-pew! Does 27 hit?
Sure does.
That's 12 normal damage.
Okay.
Then 4 fire damage. And then 4 hunter's mark damage.
Okay.
And then next attack.
Mm-hmm.
That's 23.
Definitely hits.
Okay.
I would like to take your fucking longbow hits and give them to Andreas, please.
That's 7 normal
Alright,
damage.
how you want to take this fucker out?
Yeah. He's just gonna pull the bow back and aim for like right in between his eyes.
Alright, so yeah, you let loose and dude instantly watches this humanoid thing falls down. Dead.
Yeah. Burn, motherfucker.
Alright. Eel, you're up.
Sorry, I was clarifying something.
You're good.
I'm gonna take the rope and I'm gonna tie this bitch up.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check.
Yeah. Oh my god. Y'all, I need to stop having so many fucking windows open. 19.
Yeah, you successfully tie her up.
Okay. Was that an action?
That would have been an action, yes.
Okay. In that case, I would like to, I almost said straddle her. That I want to keep a hand on her. So I'm gonna kneel.
You.
Are you copying him from last night?
Listen,
Gotta do what you gotta do, baby.
you do. Except I'm not making any gold.
I say, listen, baby.
In that case, I'm just gonna like crouch down and hold her by a horn and
I want you to know, I thought you said by a corn at first.
yeah, he likes him some corn.
Held at corn point.
And Haven's a corn performer.
Yeah.
It could be.
So I've got.
It's very true.
I have her by one horn and by the throat, and I'm just watching the rest of the shit go down. Like, okay. And if she wakes up, can I? If she wakes up, can I hold a reaction?
I will allow it. Yeah.
Okay. If she wakes up, I'm gonna just reactively start choking her.
Okay. Yeah, I will allow it because she would technically try and get out of your range if she woke up.
Thanks.
All right. Arwan, you're up. Aisling, you are on deck.
And we saw the man that we don't know his name go after Aisling, right?
Yeah, you saw him turn and swing at her to punch her. Yes, the man.
Alright. I'm gonna use my spiritual weapon against him.
Okay.
24.
Just hits.
I know I've only hit it with every single round, but yes, I keep forgetting what damage it does.
You're valid.
If my mouse will fucking work, thank you.
No.
It's supposed to work. 9 points of force damage.
Alright. It's let me check something. Alright. Anything else you'd like to do?
Haven, are you still looking pretty rough?
I'm better-ish.
Better-ish.
Falkor, are you still looking pretty rough?
I'm not looking good, but I'm not terrible anymore.
Amen.
No odds or evens.
Evens. It's always evens.
Okay. Fuck, I gotta walk up. Can I step open the door? I was gonna say, I was gonna try and walk around like, there's a fire there. I can't just,
There
walk
is a
around.
fire there. You're right, there is a fire there.
If I just go straight over the body, can I just step over the body?
I mean, yeah, there's also a log that it kind of collapsed onto, so yeah. But yeah, you can awkwardly climb over the body if you would like.
Just do like Mario does and mushroom bounce off of Haven's tit.
Boing!
The hell?
You get a 1-up. It's like a super mushroom. You're welcome.
Okay, do I get another life?
No, you don't, but I get inspiration for that, I think.
Yeah, because I just want to get right here.
Right,
Is
where?
that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you could go past. Yeah, you could go past the fire. It's you're not walking onto it.
Okay.
So
It's more as like, I figured the body was in between the log and the fire.
no, it kind of collapsed onto it. It was like he was standing with like one leg kind of like perched up on it to like steady his aim.
Right, I look at Aisling. What the hell's going on? And
The man.
I just noticed that.
I just saw that. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a swing at him with my hammer.
All right.
Now, question: does he count as undead?
Technically, yes.
Cool. Because I have a corpse slayer hammer.
Yeah, technically, yes.
Sus.
Not all of you literally making my plan for my turn so much harder.
He
It's fine. You don't know what my plan is. Go ahead.
I don't know what your plan is, and I don't know what the heck is going on. This man attacked you.
The
It's gonna
man.
be so much harder now.
This man.
Fine. No one knows part of my plan if things go really south on my turn.
Yeah, and you know that the DC goes up.
Okay. Well,
So what did
well,
you...
I think I missed anyway. I'm gonna dirty 20.
Yeah, that misses.
So
Because he's got armor.
there you
this
go. I
round,
didn't mess up your
bitch.
plan.
That you know of. All right.
I don't know.
No, I know. All right, Aisling, you're up. Haven, you're on deck.
Okay. So, talking is free action depending on how much I say, correct?
Yes.
Can I bonus at? Well, wait. Should see if I have to bonus action do something really stupid.
Mhm.
She's gonna look at Leo, and in Draconic. No, fuck it, Undercommon. Even though some people here are gonna know what I'm saying if they're close enough, but quietly, she's gonna go. I need you to snap the fuck out of this, like now.
Okay.
And I will roll to persuade him.
You may roll to persuade with disadvantage.
Okay. At least I'm good at persuasion.
Yeah, it's Guy.
Am I wrong though?
You're not. It's funny every time.
You're not wrong.
Only it's
14.
Not
Wait,
14.
sorry, not 14. Shit. I treated it with a +1. She has a +4. So 17.
Okay.
I can do math.
Where you get to roll?
Should I hope so? You're the fucking math guy here.
Oh.
I was at least in high school. Can't guarantee now.
I can math.
All right. So.
If they clear up.
That seems to have no effect.
Ooh.
She's gonna smack him.
He has to make intelligence checks to see if he can.
Can I cool. As a bonus action, can I smack him? And just repeat, I need you to snap out of it?
Yeah, because you can bonus action pow pow. So roll to hit.
Cool. Oh, God. $25.
Ooh, his AC is a 24. You barely smacked that man, but yeah. What's the damage?
Oh, God. 7.
All right. And it's bludgeoning, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so that would be 4. Wait. Yeah, 4. All right. Let's do an intelligence check. All right, there is a second where he looks pissed, and then it's like a fog lifts. And he's kind of takes a second to stare. You guys are out of initiative at this point. I'm very proud of him. He got a 19 for his intelligence check. He did good.
Oh, I didn't even have to go to the backup plan.
Yeah.
I had a backup plan.
I know you did.
I did too.
Part of me wanted it so bad, but I'm also glad it didn't happen.
No, I'm very glad it didn't happen. That would have been very traumatic for a few people.
Yeah, I will say.
Oh no.
He stares for a second. Let me see here. I would say anybody that has a fucking insight above a 9, because this man is not deceptive at all. Like, there is instant regret and guilt. Like, it's not even like just he looks at it, it's like his body has completely encompassed the emotion. He's gonna look over to Aim and look to Aisling. Are you okay?
I'm fine. She's knocked out, so we may need to heal her a little so she doesn't die.
Well, I can't do that. And he's going to
Okay.
just kind of nod. He's gonna slip past you and grab his spear from over here, and you guys would hear an electric charge, almost as if lightning struck, pop, and it vanishes. And he sits down.
Was it? Oh, I said Ellen. Was Aisling speaking loud enough for me to hear about her not dying?
I would say probably.
Okay. Since I've got my hand on her throat, I'm assuming I've got a pretty good read on her pulse.
Mm-hmm.
How's it looking?
I mean, technically it was specified as non-lethal damage, so I mean she doesn't seem to be dying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't certain how you were running with it. I just
Oh,
knew
no.
that I hit her at
No,
least 2-0
No, you
or around there.
Yeah, you specified you wanted to knock her out, not kill her, so you were fine.
Okay.
They're gonna call over. Don't worry, her heart's still going strong.
Perfect. We need to try to find the items that they stole. And oh yeah, did I write down how much gold? It was like 600, right?
I will check.
3.
Yeah.
3?
It was 350 for the thing that they were supposed to be repairing. And past that, you guys could keep anything else you found.
Cool. All right, start looking around. There's apparently some tools that we're supposed to find. A sword and 350 gold. And I would like to make a investigation check. I'm gonna immediately. She's gonna head straight for the tent right
Okay.
off the bat to look for the items.
But make a
And the
investigation check
search.
for me.
These bodies.
Yeah, I want to search the body I'm in front of.
Okay.
I'm gonna let go of a horn and frisk.
And while everybody is looking around, Haven is just gonna glance from person to person. Not to sour this weird mood, but are we just going to ignore the fact that this strange gentleman suddenly turned on one of us and attacked us, or is that normal?
Aisling's gonna poke her head out. Oh, you can ignore it. It's fine. I
You
got a
know,
He looked like he
23
was.
for investigation.
I'm not sure why we're ignoring this.
Because I said we are. Simple.
And Haven's gonna
I'm
shrug
coming.
and start looking around too.
I'm putting a
love you,
pin in that.
I
It
was
didn't
just
look
gonna
like he
throw his-
regretted it.
What'd you say, Avery?
I said, I'm putting a pin in that. It didn't look like he regretted it. And he's trying to say it with
How does
sympathy.
Leo look hearing that, Noah?
Are you looking at him?
She's going to?
He is checked out completely. He's not even there. It's like he's not even registering like any of you were saying.
She's gonna look at the others. Don't mention it again. I'll handle it. After all, it's me he went for. Are we clear?
Falkor's
Also,
ringer.
okay. Also, my investigation was a 23 in case you didn't hear me.
No, I heard you. I was just letting you guys get through
Okay.
that first. All right, so you get into the tent. And you do find the tools. It seems to be just like some very, very, very finely crafted. Like they are embellished in gold and platinum with all different types of runic carvings and dwarvish on them. Very much look like they are well taken care of. Family tools, but they're probably worth a lot of fucking money. You also find it looks to be a longsword of some type, but it looks like it's still partially broken as if it wasn't completely finished. And all in all, you do find about 800 gold total.
Fuck yeah, okay.
So,
She'll pocket the gold, the tools, and the longsword. She'll sheath, kind of just shoved through her waistband.
I'll say, Aisling, make a history check for me.
Okay. Now I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know what this? I'm not smart. Well, okay, it doesn't matter. 17.
You look at this blade, and it looks not so much as if you've seen it before, but you've seen this style of blade before. You've seen the way the hilt is decorated with this very intense, like dark leather and this almost unsettling gem encrusted rubies just like dotted into it. You know, the fact that there is looks like runic carvings of some type on it, but it looks as if it's been faded or was scratched through, as if maybe it needed to be repaired. You know exactly what kind of blade this is. Something that was used in the wars, and that most of them were found and they were destroyed because they were evil.
This is a weapon of wounding?
Sure fucking is. Broken. Unusable, but it sure is.
I was about to ask.
Oh, shit! Okay. Seeing that, she's definitely gonna slide that into her waist, because we're keeping... Yeah, that's getting ruined later. She's gonna make sure that she's got the tools in her bag, the gold in her bag, and everything else.
Okay.
If there's nothing else in here, she's actually gonna head out to check the bodies to make sure that their swords weren't the same.
Okay. Alright, so those of you that were inspecting the bodies, I will say whenever you get to them, it's almost instantaneous. It wasn't really noticeable before when you were battling them, but there is this intensely disgusting smell. It's almost like it's rotting flesh. Up close, you can see that the skin is grayed, the lips are black, the teeth are even blackened as if maybe there was something rubbed all over them, but on inspection, you don't really get anything off of them. They look as if maybe they were altered in some way, but not necessarily by an undead means, but something worse. The blood is thick, and I mean so viscous that it seems to almost mat together in clumps as it spills out. Someone has like a cottage cheese-esque look to it.
Oh.
You don't really find any gold on them. You find both had a short sword, seems to be a standard short sword, and both had a long bow with a quiver of arrows. Do any of you take the helmets off or attempt to take the helmets off?
This feels like a setup.
Haven is dumb, so yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Alright, so you pull it off, and immediately there is nothing under that as far as skin. It is just pure bone with these empty sockets. And the smell is worse. It's like 10 times worse. It's almost as if the flesh itself was rotting, and that's why it was covered. So did any of you speak Abyssal?
No.
No.
Okay. So there are carved runes across the skull, exposed, but can't quite tell what they say.
This cannot be good.
Do the swords that are on them look to be weapons of wounding when she gets out there to take a look?
No, they look to be just simple short swords.
All right, then she's gonna send Kiara over to sit next to Leo.
Okay. Does Kiara
And-
get on him at all? Or does she just sit next to him?
She'll just sit next to him, but if he like tried to pick her up, she'd allow it, kind of thing. She'd kind of like paw him so he knows she's there.
Okay.
And then she's gonna go help Eo drag bitch lady to the campfire.
For frisking her, I got a 21.
For frisking her. I mean, you find about 70 gold on her. You do find it looks to be the remnants of a sending stone, as if it was shattered. And weapon-wise, she didn't really have anything. She was a caster. She didn't have any weapons. Clothing seems to be like fine silken clothing, but nothing really magical about it. Say, you would notice that there is a pendant around her neck with a locket that looks to be made out of a very, very carefully, intricately designed obsidian.
Can I get that off and like stuff it in my pocket before Aisling gets over?
Make a stealth check.
Can I make perception as I approach?
Okay, I have to keep in mind that my advantage only is sound based. Take money to win.
28.
Actually, oh yeah, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. That's a 4. That's a 2 + 4 for a 6.
So no, I'm pretty sure you get saw, my guy. She probably Aisling probably gets over there as you're like going to stuff it into your pocket.
What's that?
Locket.
Can I see it? I'm not gonna take it. I just want to know what it is.
You gonna open it because I'm kind of lacking a hand right now, and I was wanting to.
If you allow me to, sure.
Not mine. They're gonna toss it over.
She'll catch it. What's it look like, Noah?
I mean, it looks to be kind of an oval situation. It does appear to be some type of a locket that would open. It's intricately carved. There seems to be different types of runes that you can't quite make out the language on them. And it's a very, very, very heavily polished obsidian stone that it seems to be made out of. Large, maybe about 2.5 inches in diameter.
Can I make a history check? Have I seen this on her before?
Sure, make a history check.
And do I... Yeah, is there... That's weird, because it's got stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna vibe check a stone. 13.
You don't recall ever seeing it on her, no.
She didn't have this last time I saw her.
In the tavern, or
I knew her before the tavern.
yes, but I'm asking if she had it in the tavern.
Not that I recall seeing.
I would say you didn't get close enough to her to know necessarily see that.
I'm assuming we're going to wait on opening it then.
You said there is runes on it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, probably a better idea, and she's just gonna run her finger along the runes that are on it. I don't know what these do.
That's better. And he's gonna kind of jerk her a little bit.
Do you want a hand?
I've got 2, thank you, but
Aaron will walk over and help carry her. Or offer to help carry her.
I just offered!
he's not that much of a noodle.
Yell's just a sassy little bitch.
Yell is a sassy little bitch.
Who is
I'm
the
on
sassy lost child?
So with your response, Aisling's actually gonna grin a little. Nice one. I suppose then you can carry her by yourself. I'm gonna go deal with the ally.
The
You just get
man.
like a wait. I will object to some help.
Arwan walked over.
On your ally, and I'll help carry.
Thank you.
While they're doing that, can I check the longbow of
Mhm.
either both or one of the dead guys? Because I remember when he shot me, he gave me necrotic damage.
Yeah, make a investigation check or arcana check specifically on the longbow.
Arcana?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm terrible at that.
That's okay.
Same.
15.
From what you can tell, the bow itself seems to be just a standard longbow.
What about the arrows?
Make a arcana check on the arrows.
Ooh! 19.
Arrows seem to be normal as well.
Oh, ooh. Okay.
Alright. So, you guys are pulling Ain. You can go ahead and deposit her kind of where you're wanting to pop her.
Right in the fire.
Right into fire.
I mean, she'll be fine if she goes in.
Yeah, she's resistant. It'll be okay.
She's not resistant.
None.
She's
That doesn't mean immune.
she's resistant, not immune. She will still burn.
I
It's
would
a
like
slow
to
burn.
I would like to say I would like to say that even though we put her down, I'm keeping a hand on her, ready to grab and hold her down or strike as needed.
Okay. Bet. Alright. I know Aisling came over to the man. What are the rest of you doing?
Going over to at least Falkor and then Haven and cure wounds on them.
Woo!
Alright, go ahead and roll for
Because they
this.
said they needed it. Anyone else hurting?
I'll live.
Falkor, you get 11 points of healing damage.
Damn.
Damn.
And Haven, you get 9.
Oh, yay, thanks.
Good EO. How are you?
Oh, they look great. I'm not I know I sound really sarcastic there, but I'm really not.
No,
You
he's
sounded a
like,
little sarcastic.
are you sure you look great or teach, look average?
No, they
She's
look like they
average.
barely got hit.
That's not what I meant.
They're just average.
I mean, I
Listen,
can't see what they look like. They're wearing a mask.
This is true. This is true.
It's because they're scared.
They're scared.
Scared
Yeah.
of everything.
A little
They're just
chihuahua.
a kobold. They're
Listen,
two kobolds in a trench coat.
Some of us have really bad facial scars, okay?
Oh.
Yer.
Retweet. Eye patch.
Based.
Alright, Aisling. As I would say, as you approach, you notice that in his hand he is spinning a small, looks like hairpin, just like repetitively over and over and over and over. And definitely does not seem to be like focusing on anything. He's looking deathly into the fire, not paying any attention to the world around him or anything. Kiara at this point is like half laid on his lap and is just like looking up. It's almost as if he hasn't noticed she's there.
Okay. So when Aisling walked over, she would have walked the long way around to get to here. And she'll sit and just very softly in Undercommon. Are you there?
Roll a d4 for me. Tell me odds or evens. He rolled low on a perception, so I'm trying to see which way it goes.
Odds.
There's a second where he jolts, almost like drops the hairpin to the point where he stabs himself in the finger.
Careful, they're sharp.
Yeah, I'm here. Kind of takes a second and looks at the hairpin, and then stands up, picks up Kiara so she doesn't fall, and puts her in your lap. Shoves a hairpin in his pocket, and he's immediately going to go over to this body and try and grab it so he can drag it off. He grabs it pretty easy, and he pretty much pulls it over here. About 3 minutes later, he walks back over, grabs this one, does the same thing. And he comes back and he kind of looks at the fire. And it's like not even a pause to think about it, just reaches in, immediately grabs a burning piece of wood and walks
Hey!
Aisling visibly winces when he reaches into the fire.
Takes a few minutes, but you guys are hit with the smell of burning flesh as you hear like sparking and see the two bodies start to jump up into flames. He's just kind of backs up and stays there.
Did he have to grab it with his hands?
Apparently.
How does his hand look?
I mean, you're welcome to go look. He's nowhere near you now.
I point off down there. He's not any closer right now. He's also trying to flank on Ain.
Okay.
But he's steadily watching Leo.
Okay, make a
I mean,
perception check
the
for me.
man.
You're fine. You guys, above table. You guys know
I know that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just, it's funny. Listen, it's funny hearing you guys call him the man.
That's why I corrected myself, because it's funnier.
That's just like Thursday campaign. The boss.
That I love it. They're idiots, but at least they're kind of funny.
They are. They're hot.
23.
It's hard, but you barely catch it. He kind of like goes into his pocket, and you see like the glint of the fire on the hairpin again, as he just starts like meticulously running it through one hand, down by his side, just staring. What are y'all doing?
So what exactly are we doing at this point with the bad lady?
Handing her over to him.
Wait, who are you? Him as in Mr. No Name, or are we talking about a different him?
As in the one that you all don't have a name for yet, yes.
Well, what's he doing with her?
The one that just attacked you.
Yes, he's the one that needs her. We weren't asked to bring her back, so I don't have any problems handing her over.
Is he alright?
He'll be fine.
Fork.
Oh, can you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been hearing it off and on.
Oops.
You're
Nice.
okay.
It's okay. And she'll just kind of shrug. It's not really any of your business what's going on in that department, anyways.
No, but if we're sticking with him, then I'd like to know.
Yeah, I was about to say, if he's a danger to you, wouldn't that make him a danger to us too? I feel like these are things we should probably, be aware of.
He's not a danger. Thank you very much. It happens very rarely, and for your information, he's already saved our lives once.
I didn't say he didn't.
Look, Iceling. You go from claiming you don't know this man at all to all of a sudden, oh, this happens very often. I understand you don't want to tell us everything, but you have to give us something.
Goodness. How about you just simply take this? He's a good man who I happen to know through a few channels, predominantly my work.
All I'm asking for is a name.
Leo Dwyer. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. Now we can stop referring to him ambiguously.
Does that name ring any bells?
I'll say all of you are welcome to make history checks on the name. Yes.
History. I think I'm bad at that. Yeah, I am.
Yo.
It's not a
Oh,
high
I miss
DC.
Carol on the history.
13.
Okay.
17.
Oh, Lord.
Laughs.
What was
19.
it? 19. Okay. What did you get, Jess?
I got 2 natural ones. Don't mind me.
Oh no. I was like, it's not even a high DC, but yeah, you don't know shit, Haven, which tracks,
What
honestly.
the fuck is this guy?
Listen, the head is empty.
Truly.
Listen, I love Haven so much. Oh my god.
He's beautiful.
Whatever.
All right, so those of you that did not roll 2 natural ones, the name, as soon as you hear it, is familiar. It is one that came up quite a bit from the wars, specifically the name Dwyer. The Dwyer family is very, very well known for taking large part in the wars from several years ago and putting an end to the primordial Quella, or at least helping. They're also notoriously known for having connections everywhere, and also, at least some of them, being connected to a organization that is not necessarily questionable, but there's not a lot known about it in the public eye. And at least outside of them appearing at formal events and seeming to want to help. I will say it was a 19, and what was the other one that was pretty high? Avery, you got a 17, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying to remember what did I roll because
You're good. I couldn't
my
remember.
brain is.
You're valid. So those of you that rolled above a 15, you do recall whispers and stories of a member of the Dwyer family having issues with keeping their head on straight, in the sense of their sanity kind of comes and goes to some degree. It was something that was really rampant on the battlefield, where one minute they would be attacking the enemy, and the next minute they would be attacking allies. And that's what you guys know.
I was unmuted.
I was about to say, damn, it got quiet.
I was unmuted, and then I muted myself, and then spoke. I'm so used to being muted.
I'm typing to make sure that I have all this and that
You're valid. You're so valid.
El nods and just kind of studies Leo for a moment before he looks back down and keeps watch on what's your face?
Okay. Alright. I will say there's a couple, maybe about 10 minutes or so before the man reapproaches and goes over here. I'll say he instantly grabs Ain and looks to you. Can you let go?
Sure, was just making sure she didn't pop out. Tried that earlier.
He sighs a bit. Thanks. And
No problem, sir.
hoists her very easily over his shoulder. And he is going to look very pointedly at you, Aisling. Can we talk for a minute?
I suppose. And she'll get up. She's gonna set Kiara on the bench. Stay. And she'll follow Leo wherever the fuck he makes her go.
Okay. I'll say that is effectively where we are going to end tonight's session. Ba-da-ba-da-ba.
Oh no!
Aisling walking off with the strange man again?
So
Sussy sus.
I just
Sussy
want to
baka?
say as she's walking off with him,
The
Raven is
amount of
just, like,
times I write,
petting on the
this is
cat.
sus in my notes today.
That's valid. Alright, so thank you all so much for watching. We appreciate you, we adore you, and we will see you next week as Table 1 continues its adventure.